gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You always making excuses when you got time for no excuse. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't worry about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. Young nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zones. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom.
There we go. All right. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Blackout. I'm your host, Pocket Locker 86, aka Dr. J Bundy, and I am joined, of course, by the man himself, Cajun with the bad lip, Uncle Bobby, Gin and Truth. Man, look. Before we get into this thing, we got to talk about big things, man. You're like blowing up. You're like monetized. I'm not sure you've been invited out to Hollywood yet. Are you doing the BET Awards or what's going on?
The BET Awards will be first. I'll probably host the Emmys. Then they'll find something fucked up in my past, and then I won't be able to do it. Somehow, I got 1,000. I think I'm at 1,400 followers now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Going on Apologia's show really helped. I'm still shocked. I did this for fun. I talked to myself anyway. It's like, fuck it. And so people said, you need to put a podcast together. This was just supposed to be for fun.
It's crazy because...
And now I've got monetization mode. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because it's like... the number just keeps going up, man. It's like sometimes you do these videos and you get a few views here, a few views there, a couple new subs. But this thing, it's like every day, like your sub count's just going up. It's really awesome, man. It was a great video. If you guys haven't seen it, definitely check out Apologia. Had a great interview. I think it brought something different to Apologia's channel, right? I think Apologia is great, but I think he brings on... a lot of YouTubers, a lot of scholarly people, a lot of serious conversations. So definitely switched it up a little bit. But look, man, you got your drink? You gotta go get some alcohol. Cheers.
My man.
Yeah, man. Cheers. Clank.
Hold on. What are you drinking?
I got Jack Daniels in here, and a Jack Daniels glass.
So this one right here. Now that the condensation is on it, y'all can't see it. But this was sent to me by one of my followers. And it's the, you still can't see it. It's got my avatar, the Luke Cage. It's got Gin and Truth. And then on the back, it says, "Let's go." And I was gifted a very nice bottle of alcohol. So...
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing.
I'm putting your stuff to use, so thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now, to be honest,
very touching.
I gotta fix up my little. Hang on, let me grab my little poker here.
All right.
But yeah, I'm in the same boat because this bong that I'm smoking right here actually.
Oh shit!
One of my subs made this for me. Hippie Smiles. She's one of your fans too. I'm sure she's checking your stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Hippie Smiles. I think it's 84. But yeah, it's like it's made out of a mason jar. It's a mason jar, and then she 3D printed the lid in different colors, and then you stick standard bong piece. You could put ice in here and water, man. So it's crazy when the fans start making you stuff, sending you stuff, buying you stuff. It's wild.
I appreciate the absolute dog shit out of it too. That's a very beautiful sound. I love that sound.
Now, what was it like when you were? What was it like when you were in college? Because you couldn't smoke at Texas when you weren't smoking weed as a football player back then, were you?
No, dude, I didn't start smoking weed. Oh man, Simon got me started on that. Maybe 12 years ago, because I was popping Vicodin like it wasn't shit. Back in those days.
Oh, just because of the pain? Hang on, I want to show you the Bible, too. I got to get my Bible out here.
Hit me. Here, show me.
I had to put my Bible in my room. Yeah, but YouTube Punk got this for me. This is a birthday present. It's a call to the flying man. It's a Bible, man. NRSV.
Jesus.
It's all paneled out. Wow. Yeah, none of the Christians got a Bible like mine. That. None of the Christians got a Bible like mine.
God damn. I'm looking at my Bible right in front of me. I thought it was special because it's got my name initials on it.
Oh, yeah, I got my motorcycle club passion.
God damn.
Yeah, YouTube Punk made that for me.
That is nice.
Also, we got to get you, I'm going to talk to my cousin. We got to put a couple of shirts in the store for you. Some merch. We got to get you some merch.
I thought about that, but I was like, I don't know if I've got the following to justify.
Oh, you definitely do.
Yet.
You do. Yeah. Yeah. There's no. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I actually think you should start even smaller. Yeah. Because merch is like, it gives people something in return for their donation and their support, you know? And it's something they could wear.
I like that.
You know, and mix it up. Yeah. And then what my cousin does is he does like limited runs. You know, so you do a particular, you know, Gin and Truth shirt or whatever, but maybe a particular color scheme, particular graphic of them, and then it's like there's 50 of them, right? It isn't a million of them, and we're gonna sell it for 5 years. Yeah, that's what he told me. He's like a limited run, you know, because that way the people that get it, it's like, holy crap, I got one of the only ones, and then you might not see that design. Then you might not see that design for a long time, you know. And then people want the new shit. It's fun. Yeah,
I've got absolutely positively no artistic eye, so when it comes to shit like that, there's an intro to this show. But I thought the guy who made it did a fucking fantastic job. I don't know how to put that intro. He made an intro for me. I don't know how to put it on my video, if that makes any sense. Things like the tech part, designing T-shirts, all that stuff. What I know to do is to sit in front of this laptop and talk shit.
Right.
So everything else, I'm just kind of, oh man, how the hell do I do it?
Yeah. No worries. We'll get some people on it. So yeah, just congratulations again on the Paul Gia thing, man. It's huge for everybody, and you definitely deserve it, man. It's your time, man. It's like people don't understand. Like,
thank you.
You've been out here for a while, right? A lot of people are new subs, and they just found you, but you've been out here for a while, and you do shows like. What's your goal? Is the goal every day? Because it's damn near every day. What is it, 5 days a week?
Pretty much. At least 5 days. At least 5 days. Like I just did a quick 30-minute one before I got on air.
Sure.
Today, right now. So yeah, the only day that I missed, Tuesday absolutely sucked emotionally, so I think I just sat and stared at a ceiling for a while.
Got you.
And yeah, so today is 6 shows.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot, right? There's a lot of people who don't realize that, like and there are those days where you definitely, you don't feel like it, or you're going through something, or I know you deal with a lot of physical pain, right? And you just gotta kind of, most days it's fun, right? But there are those days where we're just like, am I really gonna go on YouTube today?
Absolutely.
Uncle Bobby saw some
after
shit.
about 3 minutes, yes, Uncle Bobby got to rant about some shit. But even on the days where it starts out, no way, I just can't. After about your first 2 to 3 minutes, it was like, now I remember why. And in all honesty, and I'm glad that some people are getting something out of my mindless rants, but it helps me out because it keeps my brain busy because this thing never turns off. And so, even on the days where it's like, I think I just want to sit in the corner, nurse a cocktail, watch some trash TV. It's like, probably the best thing for me to do is stay active. So again, I think it's somewhat of a give and take. I think we're helping each other out. Yeah,
absolutely. And speaking of helping each other out, thanks for the shout outs, man. I got the consistent shout outs that really help. And
good.
I've also tried to remember to plug the show throughout the week, right? To remind people that, hey, we do this thing together on Sundays. Check it out.
I need to start doing the same.
Yeah, we need to start doing the same. But man, it's all good. So there's a couple other things. So I want to talk about how normal versions of Christianity are even a cult, right? That's something that's been on my mind lately. But I wanna kind of seg into it by acknowledging that this is the last episode we'll get to do before these midterms, right? And if you haven't voted, vote. And I don't care what they say. If you can vote twice, vote twice. These it's crazy.
Go.
But I don't know if you heard the story. I'll tell a story for your audience. I feel like I experienced a little bit of the voter intimidation. It was crazy. So first I was feeling some type of way about voting in general because I've been trying to vote absentee since 2020. And in 2020, I indicated, I want to vote absentee permanently. And I thought that was the deal. It's no questions, no explanation. Just tell us you want to vote absentee, and you can vote absentee. So I'm looking through the mail and everything, and I'm like, where's my ballot? Okay, I see all these absentee ballot registration forms, but I already did that. So I finally break down and I call the city clerk's office, which nobody's going to do. And I go, where's my ballot? Like, I keep seeing these applications, but I already said I want to be on permanent. She goes, oh, no, you didn't indicate that you want to be on the permanent absentee voter list.
Oh,
you indicated that you want to be on the permanent absentee voter application list. So what they do is, like, basically the form is worded funny so that when you check this box, you're not indicating send me an absentee ballot every year. You're saying send me an application for it. So this is ridiculous, right? And you're like, nobody knows this. And it's a lot of people in this situation. They sitting there thinking they're going to get an absentee ballot, and then they're going to realize too late that they're not. And now they're either going to not vote or, have to go through a hassle of voting.
That's bullshit.
And so I'm already kind of ticked off. So now I'm just like, all right, cool. Let me go to the local polling place because at this point I just want to get this over with.
Absolutely.
So I go to the ballot place, and the lady's getting me checked in, and it's just a couple old ladies off in the back voting or whatever. And this old conservative dude literally gets up as I'm getting checked in and starts ranting. The thing that gets me the most is, since when did murder become a right? And he literally wants to give this, anti-pro-choice speech in the polling place, right now. And it's so awkward. And so I'm like, you know, it took me a little while, like later, because we all just sat there. We all kind of freeze and we let him say what he has to say because we're trying not to antagonize him. But it was super frustrating. And later I felt, okay, maybe he was triggered because that was one of the ballot initiatives, was like protecting the legal right to abortion. But it's just one of those situations where this guy has to know this is against the rules. You know you're not supposed to do this. If I did it, you know, he'd have been up in arms about it. But it felt like this is the type of thing people don't want to go through. This is exactly what they're afraid of. They're afraid of getting in some sort of weird confrontation when they go to the polls. And that's exactly what happened. Now, nothing was going to dissuade me from voting against these Republic trash. But the experience was very concerning.
See, that makes you a better person than I am, because I can't even come close to bullshitting. If I'm sitting there in line to vote and someone gets up and drops some foolishness like that, I would have had to cut them off. It's like, do what we all do. Get on your phone, scroll through Twitter, do whatever you have to do to kill the time. But if you're going to sit up there and start screaming and yelling about your personal stance on whatever the fuck's on the ballot, I'd be like, stop it. Just seriously shut up.
Right.
That's not what we're here for. Everyone who's in this line, trust me, they've already made up their mind on what they're going to do when they get up there and it's their turn to cast their vote. And so I would have told him to shut his mouth. I can't lie. That would have pissed me off something fierce.
The poll worker there, she basically just told him, you know, you can't discuss this here, but if you want to, if you want to talk about this, I'd be happy to meet you somewhere else so we could have this conversation type of situation.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're just trying to get out of there, right? You're just trying to,
Right. And people like him make it harder for everybody else. And it's just for the people who aren't confrontational. Exactly. I wonder how many times those stunts have been pulled and someone maybe at the back of the line just would have just faded away and just walked out.
That was exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, and it's like shit like that. And again, when someone fucks up to that severity, there has to be an immediate consequence. Immediate consequence. Because this is how I know I'm my fucking father's child. Otherwise, you're telling people it's okay.
Yeah.
That was too far to go. Because again, for the people in front of them, they're going to go and vote. For everyone behind who sounds like, wait, is that what I have to look forward to? How many people, maybe not where you were, but in other places?
Absolutely.
How many people faded away and said, you know what, fuck it, I'm just going to go home?
Yeah, exactly.
That stuff has to be met with immediate and severe consequence.
And the thing that kills me about it is it's done to weaponize everyone else's desire to get through this peacefully, right? It's like you said, for everybody else that's less confrontational. You and I are, number one, you're not going to discourage us from doing what we got to do.
Right.
And number two, if push comes to shove, I'm going to just tell you to your face, you're wrong. You got to deal with it.
Absolutely.
But for most people, that's a bridge too far. It's similar to people that have everybody has a fear of public speaking or whatever. Like we're YouTubers. We clearly don't have a fear of public speaking.
Right.
But for most people, you know, to have to speak publicly on something, it has to be severe, right? To overcome their, you know, aversion to public speaking. And that's what these people are doing. They're putting literally these little old ladies in a situation where they've got to deal with somebody's inappropriate behavior or, you know, confront them, you know, like they would like they're babysitting their grandchildren or something is awful. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then I felt bad for the poll worker because she's like all apologetic to everybody else, you know, and we're like, you know.
Okay, and that one person made everyone's life and job in that moment just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
And that is selfishness.
So There was a video I saw earlier. Let me actually pull this video up. Because it was kind of touching on this on the news. So I think it'll be timely.
Yeah, I covered my place because they're taking pictures.
All right, hang on a sec. Let me get you a screen share here from somebody. I guess we'll do it from the bot. No, it's on my side.
Okay.
All right, you should be able to see that, right? Myron bot screen.
I see it. I can't read what's on that white piece of paper. It's flushed out.
Yeah, that's it. It's a blank piece of paper. They're covering.
Oh, okay.
That guy's covering up his license. That's what he's about to talk about.
Oh, okay.
Pictures and all that stuff. I mean, this is what we've come to in America, huh? These guys call themselves patriots? Really?
The effects of election conspiracy theories are already on full display here in the swing state of Arizona. Armed men stalking vote drop boxes, prompting voters to hide their identities, and even cover their license plates as they go to vote.
If a guy's standing over there, he's got his face covered, and he's armed, what's that tell you? They don't want you to vote. They don't want you to vote.
Ballot drop boxes are the target of conspiracy theorists who falsely believe that they were used to steal the 2020 election.
It's called 2,000 Mules.
Central to all of this is the movie 2,000 Mules. It was released in May and Trump even hosted a screening of it at Mar-a-Lago. The movie falsely claims that so-called mules are casting hundreds or thousands of votes at drop boxes.
We're actually seeing mules be intimidated from doing their thievery.
The organizer behind many of the Dropbox watchers said she was inspired by the movie to take action.
Because we believe that there was something stolen in 2020, and just because you don't, we do.
But the kind of people her group are seeing are not mules, they are real voters who are now afraid.
I could never come down here alone. I couldn't do it myself.
No.
It's scary.
It's just flat out insane.
Now,
yeah, fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it play. Go ahead. I just wanted to say one thing, that for a lot of people, that's too much of a barrier because they don't have a second party to help them, right? That's part of the problem of us not having a national holiday for voting, right? Is that it's, for a lot of people, it's hard to get, somebody to escort you to the damn polling place.
See, as I sat there and I look at that, I would have 100% done exactly what my father would have done. And that is pull up a goddamn chair and sit right next to those assholes, except be the person on the other side of it and be like, would you like me to walk you inside so that you can cast a vote?
Right.
I mean, that is bullshit. That is 5,000% bullshit. That is American terrorism. That is intimidation. I don't give a shit what that is garbage.
And this feels like we were
This is terrorism.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Pure and simple. That's exactly what it is. To terrorize the citizens, to be afraid to cast their vote. That is terrorism. That's what it is exactly.
Oh yeah.
That's kind of what I was feeling like. I was like, wait, is this dude just literally trying to make me uncomfortable voting against his interests? Like, is he that?
And that's why I'm saying that that type of behavior needs to be slapped down immediately. Because again, for the people, and no fault of their own, because they shouldn't have to deal with this foolishness. But for the people, and forgive me, y'all, I don't know the word to use. For the people that don't have the spine that I would have to stand up and say, dude, I swear to you, if you say one more fucking word, give me a break. Those are the people that are going to walk out. And those people, they shouldn't have to make that choice. Do I go and vote and do my civic duty, or do I fear for my safety? Because I guarantee you, the people who walk out, that worm gets in their head.
Yes,
is he going to hit me? Is he going to hit me? Is he going to hit me?
Right.
And now I don't know, and I'm knocking on some kind of wood, like in Texas, to where You could literally just get out of damn prison and you would have a harder time buying a damn beer than you would a bazooka. And so if they're just sitting out there with a gun the size of a third grader, they may not be saying anything, but what's that message saying? Right. And for some guy to stand up and was like, what's your God-given right to murder? He's like, that, whether they want to admit it or not, that's the message that they're sending. That's a threat.
It is.
Without saying, I'm going to beat your ass, they're saying, I'm going to beat your ass.
Right.
That's all that is.
You're literally saying in the polling place, if you don't agree with my policy, I think you're a murderer, and I'm expressing right now that should not be your right. And I'm not talking about people don't understand, but there are laws. I've worked a lot of campaigns. I've actually been a poll worker, which is why I felt so terrible for that lady. I've been in her shoes. You got to get up at 5:30 in the morning, and you're there to check people's ideas and literally mostly help elderly people and people who have issues, some kind of issue voting, or, you know, just vote in person, help them cast their vote. And this is the type of stuff you deal with. It isn't glamour work. But anyway, most people know even candidates and campaigns can only present material or, you know, encourage you to vote for them within so many hundreds of feet, you know, away from the polling place. Yeah, you can't, as, you know, even somebody working for a candidate be anywhere near the polling place for that exact reason, that it's considered undue influence on, you know, the sacrosanctity or whatever the word is of the ballot box. So for you to be in the polling place is just next level. The other thing I wanted to mention is last night we were watching The Transporter. You know, it's one of them Jason Statham.
Phenomenal. The first one?
Yeah, it was the first one. Yeah. Hey man, you gotta get down in the gather. But so we're watching this movie, and this is what it reminds me of, because at some point, you know, he does the action hero scene with the BMW, and so the detective comes poking around to him. Oh, hey man, there was this thing that popped off with this BMW. And it was like, yeah, it was something like a 6 or something in the license plate. And so he realized, you know, right. And then later the guy comes back, and his first thing the detective says to him when he comes back is kind of like, yeah, man, I miss back in the day when I could just look at a license plate and that was it. I remembered it. So he's basically telling him he's on to the fucking license plate thing.
Absolutely.
But by then, Jason Statham's got rid of the car, right? Yeah. So why am I bringing this up? Is that what we're in the middle of to vote? Like, you got to cover your license plate because you're worried, like, some Jason Statham transporter is going to happen to you.
Pretty much.
Because they could read your license plate and vehicle type at the ballot box? Come on,
And that's what I'm saying. And that's the fucked up part. And, like, again, I responded to a tweet this morning. It was like, you know, give me some advice. And it was something that my dad told me a long time ago, and that is, the most dangerous man in the room is the one with nothing to lose. So it was like, never push someone who feels like they've got nothing, they fear nothing to lose nothing else. I would almost invite that, especially with the year that I've had. Give me a break. So it's like, you want to intimidate me? Bring the funk. Let's see what happens. You just may win this, but you may also just lose. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care. When I did that talk, when we were trying to remove the Robert E. Lee name off of a middle school, as I left, some dude half my size tried to buck up to me. And I was like, you clearly are used to intimidating people not named Robert Reed. I was like, go ahead. Let's see how this works out. If Robert E. Lee means that much to you, don't let Robert E. Lee get your ass whooped. My point is, I don't have what other people have to lose. So I can see why someone would want to go at 12 midnight with the rubber mask and the overcoat and, you know, vote in secret. I don't care. find me. You think just because I'm black, I went straight Democrat? This time you'd be right. And you want to try and buck up, then buck up. But other people don't have my outlook on life. They've got family and stuff like that. And it's just, that's what that type of behavior, really long story short, has to be cut down immediately. Because if you don't, you're telling everyone in the back of the line that it's okay to do this.
Yeah,
that shit. And these assholes sitting out here, just in the parking lot. You know why you're bullshitting? I'm going to go sit out in the fucking parking lot. But someone has to sit next to them.
I was just going to say, it's almost like now you need a counter poll watcher just to say, hey, you're safe, ma'am. You know, it's all good. Hey, have a nice day. And you don't have to say anything either. You know, you got that dude sitting over there with the pistol the side of a third grader hanging out of his shorts. And then you got the other guy over there just go ahead, man. I mean, how you doing? Yeah. You know, and it's kind of just okay. But again, this is just awful. And of course, as soon as one side or the other decides to open their mouth about something, because you'd have that guy like I dealt with who's the agitator, right? If he gives that little spiel inside the polling place, now imagine he steps out and there's a little crowd, right? Because now there's a watcher or two on each side, right? And they're sitting there. Now there's a couple. Now what won't? Right now he really goes into it. So now there's, right, and this is going to lead to an altercation, which is why we don't want normal citizens just hanging out at the poll all day.
Exactly.
This is the type of this is the type of terror and risk that makes, oh my God, y'all.
Oh yeah.
I always try to tell people the thing that is you're supposed to understand about politics is that it's the most mundane, boring work. It's shit pushing. You're paper pushing for the city and the municipality all day. But now it's Monday Night Football. It's high stakes. It's craziness. I don't. This is trash. And then the worst part about it is I'm afraid that it's going to work, right? I'm afraid because they don't have anything to lose, like you said. So what they want is low turnout. There's a there's a goal to all of this.
Oh, totally. That's why I've always said, I mean, again, the whole voter ID, voting should be made easier. And you're right. A holiday solves a lot of problems. It will even out the score. But when you've got restricted hours, when you restrict the days, again, when you work for $12 an hour and you've got a family to feed, you kind of need that $12 an hour. If someone else who's not that financially strapped to go vote, you don't worry about shit like that. It's like when the person who owns the building, when their kid gets hurt, they just take them to the hospital. They don't think twice about it. The janitor that cleans the building, okay, taking my kid, that's at least 2 hours. So there's $24 I don't get. Oh, now I got to pay the deductible. Now I got to pay for medicine. It's stuff like that. And so when you restrict hours, when you restrict the days, again, it only hurts the people who are financially not as comfortable as people are just like, it's 3 o'clock. Fuck it, I'm going to go vote. I mean, they're doing everything they can to make sure that this is not an even playing field. I mean, I think it was in Texas when they crushed the Souls for the Polls initiative. You go to church, you go to a service of some kind, and it's the one time when they knew, hey, here's 200 black people. Let's get a bus, Autobots transform and roll out. Let's go vote. And they restricted the day to the point where now Souls to the Polls is no longer effective. And so, again, we should be making voting easier. But, again, we're chasing ghosts. The voter fraud thing is a fraud in and of itself.
Right.
That's creating a solution for a problem that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's terrible.
So I really, don't want to sound alarmist, but I'm alarmed. And I really do think that sort of the tone some of the people in our community have taken, with all due respect, is if you don't get out there and vote right now by Tuesday this time, if the next few years get rougher, don't say nothing to me, because that's the least we got to do right now. Yeah, that's the least we got. That's how I felt. Like, I don't know if my vote. You never know, but you got to do at least that much. As hard as they're trying to make it.
Find a way. At this point, it's just a matter of finding a way.
Finding a way. Yeah. Now, let's give these a couple minutes, because then we're going to get into this main event.
It's voter intimidation.
The movie has been roundly debunked by cyber experts and election officials.
This is not a technical report that would hold any water. This is not research that would hold any water. And indeed, when we see what governments who have been provided with this data have said, it's pretty clear that they're deeply unimpressed with this as well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Even former Attorney General Bill Barr, who was appointed by Trump, told this to the January 6th committee.
The election was not stolen by fraud. And I haven't seen anything since the election that changes my mind on that, including the 2000 Mules movie.
Nevertheless, the lies persist.
If you talk to people who don't believe that the election was fair in 2020, 9 times out of 10, one of the first things they're going to bring up is 2000 Mules.
You've seen it?
Pause the tape. Pause the tape. Pause the tape. Pause the tape. This is what bothers me.
Good.
This is what fucking bothers me. If you want, if there's a math problem on the floor, and Uncle Bobby tells you that the answer is 37, you shouldn't listen to Uncle Bobby. Uncle Bobby sucks ass at math. You go to an actual mathematician. You go to someone who knows what the hell it is they're talking about. A damn documentary put out by someone as uncredible. Did I say that right? As someone who's as full of shit.
Not incredible, uncredible. Yes,
uncredible as Dinesh D'Souza. Why are we giving this man? I mean, give me a break. Come on, man. It is like that's the bad part about the internet.
Yeah.
The internet gives stupid people an audience.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do I know the name?
Matter of fact, it's easier. It's easier for us. I always said, I debated Kent Hovind and the people thought since I wasn't mean enough to him, people started saying maybe they paid me off. That's what some of the Christians were saying. And I was like, you should know that if the creationists paid me off, I'd have way more subscribers. Come on now. Right? We all know that grift is the path of least resistance.
Oh yeah. But it's just, it hurts my soul, because you got the former president of the United States. As much as that hurts to say, Donald Trump was the once standing president of the United States, and he hosted an event for the tip-off of a documentary that is full of shit.
Right.
You're not going to get Neil deGrasse Tyson to host a flat earther conference.
Right.
He's not going to do it. Those guys and girls, they're in the dark corners of the internet, jerking off all over themselves, saying that we know more than credible scientists. Okay, fine. Just do it over there.
Absolutely.
We can't stop stupid people from stupiding. So do that shit. Dinesh D'Souza launching a documentary to say that, without question, the most secured election in American history, because thanks to Trump, it was checked and rechecked.
Yes.
It was counted and recounted.
Yes.
It was certified, then it was recertified.
Absolutely.
It was the most secure election ever in the history of the United States. So to launch a documentary to say otherwise, and then to have the former president, say, this shit's good to go. I mean, again, give me a break. And that's why you got this shit right here. Assholes with bazookas sitting on top of Sherman tanks watching gray-haired old ladies vote.
Serious.
Right? And it's like, this is the dumbest shit ever. And that's what I'm saying. These, and you can't do it. But the only way to solve this problem is just to slap the shit out of somebody. Because there's a job for people who want to drive tanks and carry guns.
Right.
It's called the United States military.
Right.
If you got that kind of spine, if you got that kind of hoops and balls,
right,
sign the line that is dotted.
But they don't.
But you're not tough because
Right.
your monkey ass sits outside of a fucking post office and you mean mug a grandma who may or may not vote against your.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is just stupid, man. This is just fucking stupid. Give me a break.
Oh man, what is going on, y'all?
I think
very accurate.
Very accurate, and I think they're going to try it again.
We met Enola Gay Bajinska and her son Roger outside an event for Carrie Lake, the Republican election denier running for governor of Arizona. They swear by the movie.
Pause the tape. Carrie Lake, you can go fuck yourself. I mean, before we even let this ragged bitch speak,
But why do we know? Why are we? This is what pisses me off. Why do we know the name Carrie Lake? Outside of football, why are we talking about Herschel Walker?
Exactly.
Matt Gaetz paid to rape little
Karen
girls
Lake.
Over fucking Venmo. Marjorie
Good
Taylor
words.
Greene is garbage. Lauren Boebert is garbage. Jim Jones is why do we know these people's names?
I have no idea. I think that's their. It's like a race to out terrible each other.
It's
the
a
worse
total
they
race
are,
to
the
the
better.
bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's like, okay, Carrie Lake is a trash human being. Again, at this point, let's take the fucking gloves off. Or at least I have since it
seriously,
fucking started.
why not? I mean, yeah.
January the 6th was for one reason and one reason only. It is because a cult leader named Donald told people that if I'm not there to protect you, you're fucked.
Pretty much.
It wasn't Antifa. It wasn't BLM. Jeff Bezos
They're
didn't
gonna
pay
take your
Democrats to wear
God,
masks.
they're going to take your guns. You won't have a country. There'll be no
Right.
police.
So again,
Everything.
I'm clearly not a lawyer. So all these people still pushing the election denial. The definition of a failed insurrection, it's called a dress rehearsal.
Yeah.
And the fact that these people, their fire is only getting hotter.
And also they did delay the peaceful transfer of power, right? They didn't stop it indefinitely, but this was, I mean, they forget. It's almost like if you, I don't know, like you can't when you go to rob a bank, right? When you come through that door with the guns and the freeze, everybody get down. Like that's it. You've tried to rob the bank. Right, I don't understand why Americans are somehow like, well, you know, not everybody died. Eventually, they secured the place and got the money back. It's like that's not the point.
Exactly.
That is so not the point. And then the other thing is, we've had some people that are down with these folks esteem them. Like it's not even. You know, walking away from these people, it's actually saying, no, these people are the best. No, Donald Trump is the greatest president we've ever had. I mean, that's just
garbage.
Yeah.
But and the sad part is, and the only thing I've ever given Trump credit for is one, he has never lied about who he is. He has said from day one, I'm the biggest piece of shit you'll ever see. And you're going to vote for me. He was right. And the only other thing I give that fucker credit for is that he has pretty much shown us who and what we really are. I mean, again, the fact that this man is a topic of conversation is disgusting. And again, not a lawyer, but it's like every one of these election deniers, they're at fault. They're the reason why we see this shit right here with idiots standing outside of voting booths, polling stations, intimidating old ladies. Again,
absolutely.
I know people. I'm not a lawyer. I just don't care. You find these people. You know what this is like? If I had an assistant for my self-defense classes and privates, and especially if it was a guy, if he was quote unquote joking, and somebody said something along the lines of, you know, your mouth said no, your eyes said no, but your mouth said yes, or something like that, I would apologize to my student. I'd give her money back. Then I would take that dude outside and I would beat him within an inch of his life. That's not funny. That's not something you joke about. Now, when you wake up from the hospital stay I'm about to give you, you write that shit down. Because it's no. You didn't say anything. Like the hint, the wink, wink, the nod, nod. Or a better example would be like, well, Susie, wow, what she did, what happened to you was bad, but
how do you know it was wrong?
What were you wearing? What were you wearing?
Yeah.
You were drinking at the bar with him, weren't you? Now, that's not necessarily a you deserved it, but that sure the fuck was you deserve it.
Right.
So again, Susie, I'm sorry. Go to the front desk. You tell them Seagung Reed said full refund. And as soon as she left the room, I beat him. And I would beat him badly. That's what this is.
So
today's the day we take down names and we kick some ass. Let's have trial by combat. You have to fight like hell.
Yes.
The election was stolen from you. If I'm not here to protect you, who will? So we had a bunch of maggots storm the nation's capital.
Right.
And then we got people making documentaries. We are 2.5 years past the most secure election ever. And this shit is still being pulled.
Right.
When are these people going to suffer any consequence? Why is Carrie Lake a candidate? She's on the side of the insurrectionists.
Because they're accelerating. They're accelerating the MAGA movement. And that, like, so the only thing I was thinking is the Mike Tyson quote. James Aberson likes to bring it up. People have gotten too comfortable disrespecting people and not getting punched in the face for it, right?
Exactly.
Like, we've gone way too far. I'm going somewhere with this, but I appreciate you, man. Let's go.
How many times have you seen it? 4 times.
I've watched it 3 times.
4 times.
Republican chair of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors warns the lies in the movie are a threat to democracy.
They've dehumanized folks with this term mule. These are people who are exercising their right to vote in this democracy. This dehumanization that's going on in our political discourse right now is very dangerous because it does justify the use of violence.
People who want to watch 2,000 Mules have to pay up to $20 or $30, a price many are willing to pay.
I bought actually the 2,000 Mules to hand out to friends that are non-believers, and they come back and they go, "Oh my God, I had
How many
no
copies
idea."
did you buy?
All total, I bought 12 copies.
But not all Republicans want to buy into the lies.
And I'm a Republican.
Sorry, y'all. Just a quick interruption. Everything's a grift. Here we go. Oh, my God.
And I'm an American first. I mean, it's funny. I mean, I voted a lot of times. I'm in my 60s, and this is the first time that an election's ever been stolen. Right? I mean, come on.
Now, a federal judge ruling overnight that armed men like you see in that piece there, they need to stay at least.
And that's the thing. That's why I'm an independent. Yeah, I'm an independent. And I've said an independent means not that I can vote for anybody. It means I can be critical of everyone. I don't have to suck someone's nutsack just because they're a Democrat or a Republican. I respect the Republican stance. I do. There are things on the Republican platform that I give the thumbs up to, just like there are things on the Democratic platform that I say, how can we live without that? It's this extreme that has transformed into Trumpism. And I like what he said. I'm an American first, which means you vote for the right fucking thing. And
Exactly.
Trump is not Republican versus Democrat. This has gone further than politics. At this stage, and I said last time, I understand the hype. I do. I understand the hype. This guy doesn't talk like anyone else. He doesn't act like anyone else. Okay. But after all this time, if you can see everything that led up to January the 6th, who Trump's supporting now, if you can still say that Trump is good to go, I truly question your character.
Right.
Because this isn't politics.
No, I agree.
This has gone further than politics. So
I agree completely.
Yeah, I'm going to have a stroke. I need a drink. Fuck me.
I agree completely. So for me, the reason I thought this was such a good time to talk about the cult aspect of all of this is that this has become the norm of the other side. And it's the same playbook, right? It's the same intimidation, anti-reality. Oh, you may not feel this, but we really believe it. So, it's what really motivated me to get out here was realizing that these are not just, we're not just dealing with the same set of issues. We're dealing with the same people often, right? And what I'm getting at is these are all Christians. And the playbook that underlies Trumpism is Christianity. It's the same. Yep. They're doing the same thing, right?
No question.
They're pulling Trump apologetics essentially.
Pretty much.
So what bothers me is that, okay, I get that a lot of people feel strongly that, there's a lot of great Christians in their lives, and let's hang the asterisk, hashtag not all Christians. But how can you sit here today in 2022 and not see everything that we have going on and connect the dots that people are doing the same thing with Trump that we're doing with Jesus, and it is absolutely time for both to go. And I think it's what you said earlier, that we as sometimes skeptics on the left, atheists, whatever, that we don't want to be honest about each other with. And that is what you said. If we don't strike it down, we're kind of saying it's okay.
100%. 100%.
I've been dealing with this thing where, like I said to, probably told you, I said to my mom that, like, this was the first year I really don't want to go home because I don't want to deal with everybody doing the Jesus-y holiday celebrations, right?
Right.
And I know a lot of people in our community are not ready to have that conversation with their families, but that's kind of where I was at anymore. I'm just not. I hate to say this, it's not okay to be a Christian to me anymore.
Right.
It just isn't. Like, it's a bad look.
I couldn't agree more. And this really, and that's a great tie-in, because it kicked me back to probably about the first 6 months of Trump's presidency. And I remember we're at work and we kind of nicknamed ourselves the Resistance. Right? And so you're sitting there, and while everyone else is make America great again, grab them by the pussy, I can shoot someone in the middle of Fifth Ave, we were the ones sitting here saying, I really think Trump's a bad president. He's got no morals. And I remember like, wait, why are we the ones whispering? Why are we the ones whispering? It's like we're the only sober people in the goddamn car, and no one will give us the car keys. Right. And you sit here, and you're just like, I believe a virgin got pregnant. I believe a man walked on water. And you're sitting there, and we're the assholes because we sit here and be like, when you're dead, you're fucking dead. You have to get fucked in order to have a baby. Yes. But we're the ones whispering. And you're like, exactly. You have to say this shit loud and proud. Because, and yes, not all Christians, but at the exact same time, all Christians, because it's the moderates that give this stuff the juice. Because if all Christianity was Westboro Baptist, God hates fags, it would have died out by yesterday.
Right.
It's the Easter Sunday, Christmas morning ones, the ones to say, "Oh, the Westboro Baptists, those aren't real. That's not Jesus."
Right, that's not real
Jesus. And then turn around, right, and say a snake talked. And when you say it's not just that a snake didn't talk, it's that a snake can't talk, because you see, they don't have vocal cords. So that's not possible. But yet we're the assholes. So we're like, okay, a snake can't talk, right? And donkeys don't talk. And that when you put a magic stick in a sea, it doesn't split in half. Exactly. Like, why am I the asshole for calling this shit out? So yeah, say it loud and proud.
Yeah, it's really important. And it's the same exact feeling. If you ask any of the experts, they'll tell you we evolved, yet somehow, that's some kind of fringe opinion. It's all really weird, and that's what scares me, gang. It's like we live in this alternate reality, and if we will not speak up for ourselves, that alternate reality will continue to have power over us. And I realized that you're giving it to them. The goal of leverage is domination, right? Or sorry, I should just say the goal of dominance is leverage, right? And if you give someone that leverage, they'll continue to take it because that's what they're really after. So it's like you said, and it's funny because I was thinking about the situation I was in with the guy at the voting booth, right? Where I thought, man, I missed my chance to go viral on social media because I could have whipped out my phone and filmed this dude. But then on my way home, I was like kind of glad I didn't because I didn't know if that would make him escalate even further. And so I realized in myself, like, I kind of conceded with everybody's freeze. Right, like everybody went with like, we're just gonna fall silent and let this dude say his piece.
I get it.
Right,
I get it.
And so in that moment, I went that way. Right, when really I agree with you. Like that's something that's way too far. That's way out of bounds.
And that's why I said in the beginning, I definitely don't want to come across as hypercritical, saying everyone has to take this path. But I remember it was right during the Penn State sex scandal. And this is kind of what changed me in terms of realizing that we're all wired differently. Because I got into an argument with someone at work. Because if you remember, Mike McQuarrie was the former Penn State football player, 6'4", 250, this muscular redheaded guy. And he was the one who walked in, and that's why we have the phrase rhythmical slapping. Because he heard rhythmical slapping from the shower. He went in and saw Jerry Sandusky doing something to a boy.
Right.
And he turned around. I was pissed, and I still am pissed. Because I said, if that was me, fuck that. This story would have had a whole different ending, Jack. And I remember the person saying, not everyone is. And I got mad. And I swear before God and former white people, that afternoon, when I was driving home from work, there was a T-bone accident. An SUV flipped over on its rooftop. And this is some shit that you make a movie out of. Me, at the time, like a third-degree black belt, a Marine, a biker guy with one fucking arm, and like a firefighter. We're all on the scene at the same time.
Damn.
And it was like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? It's like, well, we got to check on her. Well, how do we get to her? And I told everyone, stand back. So I front kicked the window so we could have access to her. The guy with one arm, he got off his bike and he was redirecting traffic. Then the EMT and the Marine. My point is, it's like how many people passed that and didn't do anything? And that's when I can't fault them because not everyone's wired.
I got you. To do
that.
To respond.
And so I can't sit here and shit on people for not telling that dude one more syllable. Just one.
Right.
Just one. And I swear to God, I'm going to make you regret waking up in the morning. That would have been my stance because I'm wired like my dad. And as I'm learning, apparently I'm wired like my grandfather. What's right is right. And I don't care what it costs.
Right.
And so I understand both sides. Whip out my phone, make this dude a viral sensation, cuss him out, or just keep your head. I understand both sides. But for the people that are wired to do something, if you can hear my voice, fucking do something.
Yeah.
Because that guy, again, for everyone from that guy forward, they voted. From everyone that guy back, how many people got intimidated and walked away from that moment to do your civic duty? And I think I just fucked the conversation.
No.
You're talking about cults, but that still makes me mad.
No.
Because it's just like this motherfucker, just like, dude, he got away with emotional assault and battery.
So I'll tell you this: when I was in school, when I was coming up in cat school, we had a teacher who was messing around with girls, right?
Oh, damn, yeah.
A couple of them, but one they got rid of. Like one of them was like a priest or a little something. So they got rid of him, but this other one they didn't get rid of, right? And I was gonna blow the whistle on his ass, and I remember people actually talked me out of it. Basically saying that one, I would always be remembered for that, and I would be taking our school and the families and the blase and the Glavinoids like they were a horrible time. It was basically this is a thing people know is going on, that they're doing of their own accord, and you'd be making it worse.
Wow.
And so I don't know how much of that mentality was around. Like, because I was at Penn State, right, during that time. It was
no
really,
shit.
Oh yeah, I was there when it happened. And then and I met Joe Paterno right before the whole thing went down. Yeah, which is like the best day in life as a Penn State student, right?
Gotcha. Chopa?
Yeah.
Jesus.
If you're not a fucking if you're not a football player, that's like an incredible honor. But yeah, it was a weird situation too. Also, I was in like I was in a lab that studied the evolution of human sexuality, right? So we were part of this listserv called the SexNet. That basically it was like a sex researchers listserv. So everybody's talking to each other, whatever. And there were researchers on there that basically came forward as having the inclination towards younger persons, we'll say that, but not acting on it.
You're right.
And so that was kind of mind-blowing because they kind of flip my perspective, right? Because they're basically making you realize essentially, like, if we saw this differently, it would be like, holy crap, people deal with this, right? Now when people express it's really, we have to protect the victims, right?
Right.
But at the same time, like, we need to create a society where people are like, come out with it, right? Hey, I'm dealing with this feeling.
I get that.
That way it can be treated, or they can not, because it's behavioral therapy, whatever needs to be done. And so it was just weird. It was just like, holy crap, this is complex, because you don't think about it really, right?
And I get that, because I've heard, I think we're on the same page. I've kind of heard the argument that, like, some people want to put it in the same category as like a sexual orientation. And I'm willing to listen to that story. I actually am. But this is where my inner dad comes out. All that matters is the bottom line.
Right.
If you want to call this a sexual orientation, this is just how you're, quote unquote, naturally wired, I'm willing to listen to your story. And if you come to this conclusion, like if we become for lack of a better term, a more open-minded society towards this inclination, and we can help these people, I'm willing to listen to your story. But if it's after you have hurt 5 little children,
right.
I don't give a fuck, and you will get zero sympathy because that kid's innocence is now priority, and your sexual orientation will take a back seat.
Absolutely.
And so I'm willing to listen to the stories
it's like
this is how I'm wired.
Yeah.
But
there's a lot of that in our society, right? Where we genuinely believe that whatever, damaging or problematic behavior we're trying to stop can be a result of a person's upbringing / inclination / whatever. Yeah, I just had a thing for that stuff you only see in horror movies, right? But at the same time, it's like, and we're gonna, like the consequences are the consequences. Like I felt this way. All right, so let's talk about the Parkland, right? Real quick, right? That came up this week, the sentencing for the Parkland shooter. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't see it, but I know exactly what you're speaking of.
Okay, I got real emotional watching it because the families really, first off, there was a lot of inappropriate behavior there seemed to be on the side of the defense. And that was called out. The parents and the whole community was like, they were under a lot of restrictions the whole time, but they finally got to speak out at the end. And there was some amazing stuff that they said, man, really bringing it home, like the effect of what he really did, right?
Oh, God, yeah.
And they were basically, because they were unsatisfied. Like he got like, I don't know, 30 life sentences or something. But they wanted the death penalty. And they were basically saying they don't think it's right that he didn't get it because, quote unquote, he has mental health issues. Who the heck would do something like this that doesn't have mental health issues? And if this doesn't deserve the death penalty, then what does?
What does?
Right. So that's where they came out on that, and I'm kind of with them, right? But also it made me really emotional because our whole, I saw it as I'm a teacher, right? I'm trying to be a professor, right? So I'm like, I saw it as our whole educational system was under attack because we have to go through active shooter training normally when you're teaching. I teach virtually, but normally when you're teaching in person, you got to go through active shooter training every year.
Right.
Literally, this is what happens if somebody comes into the school, or worst case scenario, this is what happens if you think somebody in your classroom is about to start, right? And
that's a goddamn shame.
And then I realized that's part of now everybody's thing because it could be the grocery store, the nightclub, the country music concert, whatever. So this is now part of what we all have to deal with, and it's really like, again, terrorism, right? That's robbing our peace from us. But yeah, it's the same situation where if somebody has the, I would say, benefit and privilege, quite frankly, of finding themselves in a situation. Our friend James talks about, I think like a psychiatrist or psychological researcher or somebody who basically does research on, I don't know, psychopaths or something, and realizes that they are a psychopath, right? And then they realize that they have a choice now, right? Like, oh, this is why this explains so much of my life, but now I've got this job and this wife and this family and everything, and I could either, figure out how to act right, basically, and keep up the act right, and right.
Oh, yeah.
Or I can, pay the cost of being a psychopath. And so they actively decide to act right, that they realize like they've just got to fake it basically, and then their partner
to be a human.
Yeah, and then their partner like stays with them. Their partner's like, yeah, I know you can't really like quote unquote love me the way a normal person does. You don't feel what a normal person feels, but as long as you continue to fake it and act right enough that we can get through this life together, like. Right. I'm not gonna leave because at least you got this enough self-awareness, right?
Whatever and we all carry that burden. There's not a perfect person on the planet. We all have our faults.
Absolutely.
We all have our character defects, and some of those faults and character defects, they're not your fault. Right. It's not my fault that I'm wired the way that I am. But it is my responsibility to deal with my shit so I don't fuck up someone else's stuff. And I've always said, you make sure you process your pain before it processes you.
Yeah.
And so I had
Yeah.
a tendency to lash out physically in my younger years. And I won't repeat it, but there was an incident that happened. And it was that first moment where I realized, physically, I'm not like everybody else.
Definitely not.
While everyone else is struggling to do 10 push-ups, I'm doing 150. I'm like, what seems to be the problem? So I know I'm stronger than the average person, which means I have a bigger responsibility to keep this in check. Absolutely. Because the gnat is annoying. It's like, the pickup truck coming at you at 55 miles an hour is capable of something else.
Right.
I know that I've got this, and it's not my fault that I'm wired like this, but it is my responsibility not to take it out on somebody else.
Yes.
So psychopath, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
It's not your fault. It is your responsibility to deal with your shit.
Now,
and with the kid diddling and all that stuff, again, fine. You may be wired to touch a kid inappropriately, but you find a way not to fucking do it.
Exactly.
Period in the story.
Yeah. You know, I'm 100% with you. 100% with you. It just was kind of humbling for me to be on the receiving end of those stories, right? Like, oh, okay, you're giving me a lot to think about, right? Because I almost, and I'll tell you how much I almost wrote an editorial about it. The only reason I didn't was because to be honest, I was young, right? I was a young researcher, and I personally didn't want the backlash for it, right? Like that was, like, because I talked to my advisor about it. He was like, oh, if you want to write it, go for it. He was like, but if you don't, because you'll have to deal with this, like no one will follow you, right? You don't have to, right? But I was really, because I felt like we were not working towards it. We were sort of, especially in that community, because we were so hurt by what happened. And I say that with the community because everybody feels like, you know how it is in Texas, right? That's such a huge part of your identity as even a student. And that's something you take on for life. It's something your family takes on for your life, right? When you go to Texas, your whole family, holy shit, bro, you go to Texas, you're going to be a Longhorn, right? Then forevermore, you're a Longhorn. You see what I'm saying? So when you do some shit, and normally when I go, I went to Penn State, y'all like, oh, Penn State football, Joe Pa, right? Okay, cool. Yep. You know, I'd love to talk about what a great research university we are, whatever, right? But okay, we'll take Joe Pa football. I got it. But now I say Penn State, you say, oh, Sandusky, Child Camp University. Nah, man, come on. See, like, so they really, really messed it up for everybody. Like, everybody felt that. Like, you, like, literally. Like, everybody felt that.
You
like,
messed it up.
You messed it. Oh, you absolutely messed this up for everybody, dog. So, but in reaction to that, right, everybody sort of, it was crazy because, again, even as I'm having these words come out of my mouth, I'm thinking it's fucked up because, again, it's really about the victims.
Absolutely.
It's 100% always about the victims. All we're just trying to say is we want to go about these things in a way that actually hopefully contributes to there being less victims. And sometimes that path is not the obvious one in front of us when we're angry and responding emotionally to something, because we have to actually consider the people on the other side.
Absolutely.
That's all we're saying. But we're not trying to say it's about them and let's help them over the... No. It's just we're trying to create less victimization through a broader understanding, right?
Oh, yeah. And So when you talk about like the Penn State stuff, one of the first lessons I learned when I stepped on UT's campus, when we talk about the victims and stuff like that, the upperclassmen sat us down, and it wasn't, let's go win the Southwest Conference Championship. I still remember it was just like, look, we've got a bad reputation, us as college football players, and some of it's very well earned. The overwhelming majority of us don't do that, right? Every guy in the room is like, I've managed to go the entirety of my career, and you know how many women I've raped?
0. Yeah.
0. Don't you dare take anything from you that was not given, because first and foremost, you just hurt somebody. But secondly, and especially to the victim, a very distant second. Secondly, you have fucked everyone that came before you, that's here now, and that will come after you.
Right.
Penn State is a good school.
Right.
I almost went to Penn State to play linebacker for Paterno and Sandusky. And one name. You guys will never be able to do anything.
Yeah,
and probably not for the next century without being Booty Rape University, Sandusky University. For all the good things that Penn State has done, sadly, now for the foreseeable future, you guys will always walk hand in hand with sex abuse.
Yeah.
And what gets lost in all of this are all the little boys that got hurt.
Right. Yeah.
By that fucking monster.
Yeah, that setup was crazy too, because his whole game, he had the whole game set up for this, right? That's with the organization and everything, and his house and everything. And then I came to Michigan State and got Nasser. So the common denominator.
Holy shit. I think I told you about that one. I remember I watched that trial and it ripped my heart out through my ears.
I'm sure.
And I still remember, again, at my age, I'm in a physical decline. But I tell you, don't get it twisted. I still got a couple, big kicks in me.
Right.
So I'm going to be all right. But I saw a father get on the stand, and it was the victim testimony portion, because at this point, Nasser was already sentenced to 5 million years in prison. And the father was like, you hurt my girl. And I cried. And he got off the stand, and he lunged at him. Now, this man moved at about half the speed of smell. He was slow molasses trying to go up a hill. Right. And I was like, I wish I could have given him what physicality I had left.
Right, just so he could have made it over there.
Yeah, because again, if I would have done the exact same thing, again, I hurt, I limp, I could have got to Larry Nasser before those cops did.
Just off sack instincts.
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, dude, I wish I could have given you what I had left. Larry Nasser, especially learning about exactly what he did. I was like, you deserve an ass whooping, because Michigan State,
you do,
at least athletically, is a good school.
Good school. Same thing with research.
And now it walks hand in hand with Booty Rape You. And it's just like, it's too big of a crime to just act like it just didn't happen.
Right. Absolutely.
Fuck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that also sort of speaks to the need to deal with these issues, right? Because these are issues that cause, victimization. Now, I'll tell you one thing that I don't want to say it's encouraging, but there is, or at least then there seemed to be research suggesting that people are pretty resilient, right? That built into our sort of, humanity is you're going to go through some stuff probably when you're younger. Because there's all sorts of weird stuff in lots of cultures, I hate to say it, that sort of normalizes weird stuff.
Keep going. I hear Bubba. I don't see him. Keep going.
So yeah.
Keep going.
That's it. People are actually pretty resilient to this type of thing. At least that's what they say. I'd be interested to hear. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear people's experience because I feel like people. I feel like I'd imagine people's experience would somehow validate that, right? Like they're okay. But then it also bring to light nuances of just how difficult it actually is. So, yeah.
Right, hold on. I found the meatloaf. Okay.
I'm sure you see it's crazy. You see that in your work, right? Like overall, you see these people get strong again, mostly, right? But then there's always stuff that they deal with.
Oh yeah, one of the stories that will always stick out. My former assistant knew of someone who needed help. And she's like, well, she's going to sign up for the class. I was like, well, of course she is. And then she's like, well, she can't pay. And my thing is the same. Never let money be the reason why you don't learn how to fight. I don't care if you pay at the front.
Sure.
Just come on and get these lessons. And I remember she said, yeah, it's not that. It's not that she can't afford it. But there's no way she can pay for that without her husband being able to trace where she is, a canceled check, an ATM withdrawal. There's a credit card swipe, especially at the front desk where I work. Yeah. There's no way. And I was like, you know what? We'll do whatever we have to do to make sure she's safe. And dude, when she walked into my class, get in your mind's eye what an abuse survivor looks like. Wow. And it was her. She had literally like 3 sweaters on. She sat in the back of the room like this. Her eyes were this big. And every time there was a strange noise, she jumped. She always thought her husband was coming through the door. And I'm just, it broke. I don't think she participated in any drill. To this day, I don't know what her voice sounds like.
Wow.
But much after, my assistant told me, just sitting there in the room with other women, listening to some of those stories, it gave her the motivation. It gave her the strength to say, I'm worth more than this. And she eventually left the dude. And she will always, will always deal with what he did.
Right.
That's not up for debate.
Right.
But she found enough strength through listening to those other women.
Right.
It's like, yeah, I can do it. I can, yeah. The damage is there. The effects will last until the day she closes her eyes forever. But she found her inner spine. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, part of the reason I wanted to talk about how normal Christianity is cultish.
Let's get back to the topic.
No, it's a good tie-in actually because it's I realized that I was watching some of these YouTube videos and I realized there's always like a hot video when somebody comes out and they're like, I used to be in a Christian cult or whatever, and I realized that at least according to my understanding, like the way my upbringing, my story is some Christian cult shit, like crazy, right? Like I come from, for those that don't know, like 5 generations of ministers. That's on my mom's side. But you know, I'm also like a church musician, so I grew up, you know, playing and doing sound and then playing on worship teams and stuff. And also I worked at a church, right? And so the church I worked at had this thing where like I lived in my own apartment because I lived like in the neighborhood, let's just say. But they expected most of the young men to live in like the parsonage pretty much, right? Like, and like a house on church grounds. And then all of the young women lived in a different apartment. Like, you know, so the girls had an apartment and the guys lived in the church house. And then it was like we all did like the after school program and the youth program and youth center and all that stuff, right? And we worked for the youth pastor. And, you know, my grandparents just moved yesterday, actually, into like a new family house that my mom bought, but in New Jersey. But before that, they had sold the family house that my mom grew up in, and they lived because they had two houses for a while, and they moved into the church house, right? So my grandparents for the last, I guess, a couple decades or so have lived in the church house, right? So they've lived in a parsonage, like a little house, little raggedy house outside of their church, right? So, you know, that, and then the church that I played drums at before COVID was this church. It's part of like it's an organization similar to Campus Crusade, but it's not Campus Crusade, where they go around the country in different parts of the world now, like establishing local churches, either in major cities, but mostly in major college contexts. So they'll say, oh, we should go to Austin because there's the University of Texas at Austin. They might even have a chapter at Austin, Texas, right?
Probably does.
And it'll be like, oh, you know, because that's where we can capture the next generation, basically. Because they, you know, it depends on if they want to give you the carrot or the stick. If they want to give you the carrot, it'll be capturing the next generation. If they want to give you the stick, it'll be like, oh, there's lots of sin in the young people and we, you know, whatever. And so then it's like, what they're really trying to do is indoctrinate you when you're early in college. That way the college ministry becomes the core of your social life and your identity in college.
Oh, yeah.
That way, when you graduate, you'll be ready to plant a church. Like, you'll want to go to the next, you'll either want to stay there, but more importantly, you'll be ready to like go to like, oh, I want to go plant a church now. Oh, where's because they're always like every couple of years
setting up little mini ministers.
Yeah, because every year they're launching a couple, right? And there's a big celebration, like, where are we launching? Where are we launching? Where are we launching? And so then you'll want to be part of another launch. And so the launch that like is at Michigan State is like 50 to 60 families. I think it's about 55 families that moved from Iowa to Michigan State. So these are a combination of people fresh out of college, some of them kind of in the middle of college, and then young families that were like, fuck it, let's go. And then like a few older, well-established families. And they like sold their homes, left jobs, left whatever. It was like, no, they would come out on vision trips, right? You go on a vision trip. Like, let's say, I was in Pastor Reed's seminar when he came to Seattle, and he said that he's going to start a ministry in Tallahassee, Florida. And I fell for his vision. So I take a trip to Tallahassee, Florida, called the Vision Trip, and you wax about, oh, we're going to come to Tallahassee and we're going to set up at the university here and it's going to be fucking wonderful. And, you know, we're going to take over the campus for Jesus. And so then all right, cool. You know, and we all figure it out. And then so this is some cult stuff, right? This is some leave behind everything for Jesus, right? But they're wonderful people. They're really nice. They're all really great. I love, you know, playing with them, and they're really awesome people. I spent a lot of time with them. But I just felt like I don't really talk about the cultness of all of my Christian experience enough, which I think is an important part because it helps explain why I'm so dogmatically like, no, you just no, there is no. I know all the flavors and they're all bad.
No, yeah.
You know?
But that's a when it comes to like cults. So for those that are listening, forgive the reference. So, Mr. PhD, I'll ask you. Do you know any rape survivors?
Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you another question. How many rapists do you know?
See, that's the thing. I would have to say probably as many, right?
Right. So, well, if you know some rapists, you are odd. You're the odd person.
No, I'm saying I don't know anybody that identifies as one, but I'm saying I have. But according to this, yeah, right? Because if it takes 1 to 1,
exactly.
Then I must.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I feel the exact same way about the cult mentality. Nobody is in a cult. You can ask Jehovah's Witness, Scientologists. You can even ask the people, and if you don't know who these people are, look them up, but make sure you're not eating while you do it. Children of God. No one is in a cult.
Right.
No one is in a cult until they step out and look at it from the outside. It's like, holy shit, that's totally a fucking cult.
Absolutely right.
Right. And so you're just like, we will never be rid of the cult-like mentality, be it religion, sports, sex, whatever, because we are wired to belong. And some people, I don't even know what to say next. It's just the cult thing is so fucked up because you can't put your finger on it until you leave.
Right.
You can ask, there's 33,000 denominations of just Christianity. And children of God. I'm just now seeing the side chat. The children of God. And if you're going to look that up, I'm serious when I tell you, don't eat at the same time.
Oh my goodness.
It's really bad. And I say that without jest. But what was I talking about? Either way, 33,000 denominations of just Christianity.
Yeah. And no one's in a cult. None of them.
Right. Every single last one of them thinks they got it right, while everyone else is the one that got it wrong.
Yeah.
You can ask the highest ranking Scientologist, are you in a cult? And they'll tell you absolutely not. And so it's just the need to belong can be manipulated.
So I think but I think it also ties back to what we're saying, because I think if we don't speak out against it, then we're saying it's okay, because what I think they want from the rest of us is the nod, right? They want the wink, wink, nod of approval.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Tell me it's okay to be in my cult, right? And I think that's what we do even as non-believers. We're like, oh no, you're not in it. When I was with my church friends, like I would suggest to them seriously that they were in a Jesus cult, and I would notice that they were like, they didn't like that idea. They didn't get like upset with me for saying it, but I would just be like, I don't get why you guys don't embrace that. To me, it's almost like you guys should see it as almost like a badge of honor. Like it's what makes you guys are more serious about yours than most people. Like, these are not Sunday Christians, right? These are pack up and move your life for Jesus people. Like, I don't understand why you guys don't. Like, I'd be like, no, we're man, but yeah, it's just it's become such a bad word that nobody, to your point, no matter what, nobody's willing to say that that's them.
It's like atheism. Right? It's like, isn't it better if you call yourself an agnostic?
Right.
Like, isn't it better if I call myself what the fuck it is I want to call myself?
Right.
The word cult has got that negative connotation. That's why you see Christians hanging that title on Scientology. Cult just has a negative connotation. But yet, no one is in a cult. No one is in a cult.
Right. Till they leave. Yeah. So.
Right.
Yeah. And I'm trying to imagine a version of Christianity that I but I think it's the foundation, right? As soon as you tell me somebody died for your sins, boom, that's it. Like, okay, was he virgin birth? Boom, okay, we're good. Like, I don't know what other test does there need to be, really.
See, that to me just all plays into the whole cult-like mentality.
will you deny reality for a narrative? That's
exactly.
The essential test.
I remember, I think it was Sam Harris who said it, and I heard him when I was early on. And if I'm looking off into like I'm crazy, I'm not. It's just that Washington is up by 3 points.
Oh, on
so
who?
Like, on Minnesota. And so this has just been a bloodbath. These guys are just punching each other. It's like old school football again, and I love that part. But
what's the Sunday night game?
I don't know what the night game is. I know that Saints are Monday Night Football.
Oh, nice.
And the real fucked up. You want to talk about a cult? You want to talk about a cult? I am actually sitting here considering, do I take all of my mental health meds? Because if I do, I won't be able to watch the game tomorrow. How fucked up is that?
You mean if you take them all tomorrow before or on time?
So, exactly. So
why not just take them after take them later. Just take them after the game.
If I take them later, I've learned it's a timing game.
Oh, you won't get sleep.
If I take them too late, it's like, which I've never had one before. It's like a hangover.
Oh,
if I take if you take Seroquel too late.
Oh yeah, I know
that effect will drag on until the next day.
I take that. I take
you're
Seroquel.
Sitting here, and so you're sitting here trying to act like you're not drunk, but it just for a brain that races, it turns my brain down.
Yeah.
And so I'm such a Saints fan, born and raised, that I was like, man, what's more important? My mental health, or watching my Saints play. But the Sam Harris thing, I remember him saying, what is it? Christianity allows you, to believe in mass. What if you believed as an individual, you'd be called a lunatic.
Right.
And like we said almost 2 hours ago, if you stand up and you say a virgin cannot get pregnant, grow up. A snake did not talk. A lady that was made out of a man's rib only after that man was put under a spell and she ate a cursed piece of fruit. And now there's a curse on the fucking grow up.
Grow up.
We're the ones that have to whisper that.
Right.
But that cult-like mentality allows you to say they're crazy as shit. Believe they're crazy as shit. And everyone would say, that's right. A 14-year-old girl who's never gotten any dick, she totally got pregnant. That's right. And that person is put on a pedestal as the truth teller, as the person who says,
I know, as the truth teller.
If your 14-year-old daughter or your 14-year-old son said, I got my 14-year-old girlfriend pregnant, but I didn't have sex with her, you would start crying because you're like, my 14-year-old's life is ruined. But yet you send that 14-year-old to church every Sunday to learn the exact same thing. And you tell your 14-year-old, that virgin got pregnant. Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Now, if you get pregnant, you're a slut, you're a whore, you've disgraced the family name.
Right.
That cult-like mentality allows you to embrace the absolute logically fucking absurd.
And then the thing is too, they're always offended by some bullshit. So, for instance, it kind of gets me that like the keeping up appearances things, like profanity, for instance. They're so offended by a few words, but it's like, but you go to church with the God that murdered everybody. So it's okay to worship the God who just was like, I don't know how to forgive people. I'm just gonna murder all of them.
But say fuck, and all of a sudden,
I'm clutching my pearls. It's just very. I find it very off-putting. So there's so much of this that is just so fucking weird to me, man. What do we do with these people, man? They're weird.
In my opinion, what we do is continue to do what we do, and that is to speak out. Facts. Speak out until this type of stuff is normalized. And by this type of stuff, I mean logic. And it sounds fucked up that we have to say this out loud, but logic needs to be normalized. We need to get to a point to where the 5 or 6 people who are anti-Trump aren't the ones whispering their beliefs while everyone else is out there screaming, "Make America Great Again." We just continue to speak out.
Yeah, I think
it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually what I was thinking is I think it might have to get worse before it gets better, because I think we have to bear the burden of the confrontation. At least those of us that can. In my own life, but it's interesting because, all right, so this is something I want to tie us back into. One, I think we're kind of dangerous because I don't think a lot of us have a lot to lose in these situations anymore. And number two, I think we are getting stronger. The same strength you spoke to of that woman from being around the other people sharing their stories. I think we give each other that strength, and we sometimes 100%. Underestimate that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There was a time when I probably couldn't be an effective counter-apologist because I hadn't heard all the arguments, and I wouldn't have known what I was talking about. But now I've learned, I've gotten strong, I've gotten well versed at these things, and I'm not afraid of the conversation anymore.
Oh yeah, I think about when I first started, and I was listening to like Living Waters and William Lane Craig and all this other crap, and I remember panicking. It's like, holy shit, did I make the wrong call? Because, it's not until you listen to the game that you understand the game.
Right.
Because according to Ray Comfort, and I said this about other people, if you always play Ray Comfort's games by Ray Comfort's rules, Ray Comfort always wins. And so I was like, have you ever told a lie? Yeah. What does that make you? A liar. Holy shit, I'm a fucking liar. And then you just sit here and you let him run down his game. And yeah, according to Ray Comfort, I'm the worst person on the fucking planet.
Right.
If you go down the Kalam cosmological argument, William Lane Craig is 100% right.
Absolutely. Every time.
And until you realize you're full of shit and you learn the game. So none of us were effective counter-apologists because like you, like me, and everyone else who were part of that cult, Jesus died for your sins. I sat there and I watched the LSU
Robert
game
Reed, did you actually believe this bullshit?
Which one?
About Jesus.
Oh, God, yeah. Oh,
I know.
100%.
Don't you have a hard time believing that I believed, like I have a hard time believing that you believe, knowing each other now?
Oh, yeah. Because we're seeing each other here. What we didn't see was when we were pulled away from it. And dude.
Yeah, I always say that you see the atheist in front of you, but you don't see the Christian it took to get here.
Exactly. And you're sitting here, and I remember it was, a class that I taught on Friday. I teach 3 fitness classes. And I was like, 12 years ago, I would have had no problem calling that gay person a faggot. because I was taught that was kind. Don't you love your homosexual brother? Yeah, hell yeah, I do. Do you want to see that person go to hell? No. Well, you're not going to get to him until you shake him out of his apathy.
Right.
You have to show him that his lifestyle, it's not a fucking
That's
lifestyle.
crazy.
You have to show him that his lifestyle is an abomination. And so you could not wait to use homophobic slurs because this is the best thing ever. And now I look back at it, I was like, oh, Jesus fucking Christ, I can't believe I said that. But oh yeah.
All right. So,
I was all about it.
all right. So that is that's really all I got on this, man. I really think, and I'm sure we'll have more of these conversations, but I think we have to begin the process of denormalizing this, right? And I was always motivated by, if we don't fight against this shit, they're going to keep consuming more and more of our lives.
Question.
All they understand is power. They want more power. They're seeking more power. They're taking more power. And I think what we see in the midterms is we've normalized this. The way I'm thinking of it, y'all going to excuse me for being such a nerd, but I'm feeling like we've normalized the epistemology. When they go to the ballots and they're scaring people, they're not saying, I am here because Jesus is real. So I don't want to make the connection that simple. But what we've done is we've normalized believing with so much conviction you don't have to put your beliefs in check based on the actual factuals. We've normalized, if your side isn't winning, just double down and it's a conspiracy, and the other side is, if you would only just let down your biases, you would see that the man is really look. And we've normalized the stupidity, right, 100%. That I think is necessary for Christianity to be the default. As you guys say, they're the gang that's in charge. You guys run the ranch. Now, if y'all run the ranch and y'all run the ranch based off stupidity, you can't be surprised when then stupidity goes off the rails politically, because you built that into how it works. Because if it was all about what really happens, if we were going to really say we need democracy, but we need democracy with both hands held with a firm, tight grip on reality, most of y'all wouldn't be Christians. Let's just keep it real, right? Your Christianity needs us to not have a firm grip on reality. Your Christianity needs us to ignore science. Your Christianity needs us to ignore history. It needs us to ignore sociology and psychology and proper economic theory. And so then what happens is it just seeps on over. It just seeps on over into the way people think politically. Well, you've told them to basically adopt an identity based on a worldview that works this way.
That is cultish.
It is cultish. Absolutely. That is 100%.
That is why you've got this push for homeschooling. Because what is it?
Right.
Prejudice very rarely outlives experience. Now, if you're at home and your mother or father who's not educated on the topic, but they've got the Holy Bible in front of them, and they're the ones telling you the earth is 6,000 years old. Genesis is how it... Carry your ass to a public school, to an actual university. And again, it's not that science is anti-God. God's just not part of the equation. And so when you're sitting here and you're learning 13.5 billion years old, this is how evolution actually works. To learn the actual definition of a scientific theory.
Right.
The cult stuff comes when it's like, nope, you can't dig any of that. So we're going to bring you back into this circle. But they said the earth is 13.5 billion years old, where they're going to burn in hell forever. What you need to know is that God sat on a cloud and talked everything into existence. So yeah, that exposure. they have to deny reality.
Absolutely.
And keeping their children's and their cohorts close to the circle, that's the very definition. Like I know the survivors of the Children of God cult, and they would tell me, because I was like, what about Star Wars? They were like, what is Star Wars? The only movies they were allowed to watch was ones that fit their theme,
Pure
and it was highly edited. And it was like, they all, Walter Mitty's, what is that one? With Ben Stiller. They all watched it, but I think the entire movie is like 2 hours long. It got edited down to like 1 hour and 15 minutes because everything that was of the world.
Oh, they watched edited
They
versions.
cut out. Right. And so all the movies they watched.
That sounds like some Pure Flick shit.
Right. And it was cut. It was edited. Why?
But worse.
Because
wow.
In order to do these things to these people, you had to deny what was happening outside in the real world.
Right.
And
right.
so, yeah, the only way that shit, and one more thing and I'll shut up.
No, you're good. You're
is
good.
the only M. Night Shyamalan movie that made a dent. And I'm looking right at it. What was it? The Village. I fucking can't stand M. Night Shyamalan. I can't stand his movies. And I didn't like this one. But this one was, these people were living quite literally in like the early 1800s, pumping their own water from the well, doing all this stuff. Women were dressed in like pilgrims out. It was all kinds of fucked up.
Right.
And the kids, they were told, here's this barrier that you can't leave. And there was this monster that would patrol the barrier. And they told all the kids these fucked up ass stories. And every once in a while, a kid would try to see what's on the other side of the barrier. And sure enough, the monster would show up, quote unquote, throw the kid in a pit. Bam. When you got to the end of the movie, the plot line was, it actually wasn't 1800. It was 2005. But the parents were so afraid because of previous trauma of the outside world that they isolated themselves. Wow. And they lived a lie so that they could be comfortable and to shield their kids from the reality of the real world.
Absolutely.
Because I remember at the end, a couple of kids escaped the compound and they looked and was like, what is this hard surface? It was asphalt.
Holy shit.
What is this thing on what? It was a car. And they realized the world had moved on without them. But their parents wanted to stay isolated in that cult-like mentality.
Yes.
And the only way to do it, like you said, is to deny reality. And I actually, looking back, that movie was a tremendous analogy for Christianity.
Yeah, and I've watched it do this to my family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
The only way to embrace that bullshit is to embrace the lie.
YouTube Punk said, you know you like Unbreakable.
I never saw Unbreakable.
It's funny. All right, so here's the thing I want to get us out of here on, man. Something that's important. Let's talk about Kaju Kempo, right? Did I get that right? Say
Almost.
It for us.
I'm Kaji Kembo, but there is Kaji Kempo.
I meant to say Kaju Kembo. Say yours. It's I fucked it up.
So I'm Kaji Kembo with a B.
Yes, because it's boxing.
Then there's Kaju Kempo with the P.
Oh,
Kaju Kempo with the P is a little bit more on the Kempo side, which I'm actually a specialist on.
Got you.
My branch is Kaji Kembo with a B. Now I just belched. I'm going to hashtag the shit out of that one. Hashtag unprofessional.
Hashtag unprofessional.
Yeah, that's Bo. That's the Chinese. That's the Kung Fu portion because I'm on the branch with Moses Williams, who's actually a Kung Fu stylist, who's now my current teacher.
Oh, do you still train?
Yes, but when you train as a 7th degree, it's different from when you train as a yellow belt.
Right. Okay.
At this stage of the game, it's more of what can I add to the art versus here's this hard, rigid form that you have to show in order to get your next promotion. Now it's like, what have you added? And I add a little bit more of the rebellious spirit because especially at my ranking, I have no problem telling my teacher that's fucking stupid. I'm not teaching that. Like there's certain techniques, like you literally do a front roll and then you get up and you do certain things. I'm like, I'm not teaching that. This is not a Jackie Chan movie, and I'm not going to teach a 115-pound woman to do a somersault, do the splits, high block, and punch someone in the balls. I'm not teaching that. So I give a little bit more rebellious spirit and do what works versus what you have to do.
So that's what I wanted to talk about because I think for people that don't understand martial arts, they have a tendency to all sound like some mangled Japanese word or Chinese word that you've never heard, and you don't recognize that there's a lot of distinction. And so I'm still learning some of this. And my stepdad coming up with the 5th degree black belt. So I didn't train, but I was a dojo kid. Sitting over in the corner playing video games. But it's you know, I loved the competitions, going to tournaments, all that type of stuff, and I did love being in the dojo. I just you know, that was his thing. You know, I was hanging out with my stepdad. So one thing I read about this discipline though that I want you to speak to is it is supposed to be practical. So it's a combination, right? All of those things in the name are actually part of it, right? So can you break down the parts of the name? Yeah, go ahead.
So Kaji Kimbo is an acronym. It's actually not a word. KAJUKENBO. Karate is the KA. JU, Judo Jiu-Jitsu. KEN is the Kempo. BO is boxing, Chinese boxing, otherwise known as Kung Fu. Kaji Kimbo.
Right, okay.
And the history of it is 5 masters from each discipline. Palama settlement in Hawaii. It was, how do we keep the natives safe from like drunken sailors and shit like that? And so they quite literally sat in a basement and trained for 2 years. And it was all the stuff from each art that they thought was effective, they kept. Everything they thought was ceremonial and bullshit, they threw out. And so that's why we're quite literally the art of street fighting. The other nickname is the art of overkill because our founder, his brother, Joe Imperato, put somebody down in a knife fight. I was like, I need you to stay down because I don't want to do this anymore. He got up, and as he walked away, the guy got up and put so many holes in him, he didn't make it to see the next day. So after that, Adriano, or the main guy, was like, you know what? Fuck it. If a 2 is what will put this person down and keep you safe, we're going to dial it up to a 29. And so Kaji Kimbo is quite literally the art of overkill.
Oh, it's like too much.
Yes.
Like yeah.
And that's why I think it's the best, or one of the best.
Because there's a difference between defending yourself and stopping someone.
Well, there's a difference between self-defense and fighting. If you push me, I push you. It's like, you know what? Fuck it, let's go. That's a fight. Both people know what's going to happen. Something physical. Self-defense is, I'm walking to the ATM, leaving the mall, whatever, and somebody jumps you from behind or whatever. That's self-defense. Those are two totally different situations. One person wanted to go to Baskin Robbins and get a double scoop ice cream cone.
Right.
The other person knew before the first fight fist was thrown,
right,
we're going to do this.
Right.
So there's a difference. That's why I like Kaji Kimbo, because at the end of the day, again, first and foremost, you got to catch yourself. You have to understand where you are. And it's a fucked up ass situation. Kaji Kimbo and those techniques teach you how to end that confrontation as fast as possible. Because if it was quite simply, please don't do this, I would be out of a job. And you know what? I'd be okay with that. But it's not. So if you sit here and you punch a physically superior opponent in hard spots like his chest or something like that, you're only going to piss them off.
Right.
But I don't care how much you bench press, a joint being pulled in the wrong direction until it pops, that makes impact. I don't care how much he bench presses. If you bite his dick as hard as you can and you don't let go, that makes impact.
Right.
If you gouge his eyes, if you spit in his, these are the things that make impact. And it's not nice and it's not pretty. And I wish it was as simple as, would you not do this anymore? But it's not that simple. So now you have to add pain compliance. And that's what Kaji Kimbo teaches. You have to hurt him. It's not fun. It's not pretty. We don't want to do it. That's our creed. I come to you with empty hands. I have no weapons. If I should be forced to defend myself, my principles are my honor. Should be a matter of life or death, right or wrong. Then here are my weapons, my empty hands. I don't want to do this. I'd much rather buy you a drink and make a friend.
Right. But that was something that immediately stuck out, right? Is it was considered that it was like, whoa, this is the real street fighting. Like they for real. And even then in the competitions, some of those particular techniques are they're barred, but that's about it.
I'm sorry. Someone just said, YouTube, I'm skipping class on bite a dick.
For many reasons.
I know I shouldn't be laughing at that. Well, if it makes you feel any better, YouTube Punk, it's not a long portion of the curriculum. It's one of those, if you have to bite a dick, and you bite a dick. But no, there's not a lot of, and the real fucked up thing is, I have actually seen videos of self-defense teachers. It's like, this is a joke, right? I would never do this in a million years. I just simply say, if you got to bite it, then you bite it.
Right.
I've seen guys with like cucumbers and they're sitting there and their team's like, okay, just act, okay, now, okay, bite my dick. That's right. And it's like, it's probably the best lesson I ever learned from one of my teachers, Rodney, and I'll never forget it because it was an obvious question. And again, if you are listening, please give me some latitude. I am a man. I'm a cisgendered heterosexual man. We all were taking this class. And somebody asked the question, what happens if one of your students, and he was trying to say, you find one of your students attractive. Rodney cut him off before he could finish the sentence. It was like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Because the moment, and it is something that I have lived by quite literally for 2 decades. No, you don't. This person is coming at you with their most vulnerable portion of their being. If I do not care if she looks like Tyra Banks mixed with Cindy Crawford, mixed with your favorite, it doesn't matter. Yeah. Because the moment you get that in your mind, she can feel it. And she's coming to you for help. Right. And if you let that, and I'll never forget that. And so I just like, no. And so when I saw that video of the guy, quite literally is like, and he took a cucumber, it's like, bite the dick. No, you did it wrong. Okay, let's do it again. And if I found that dude, I would take his, and in the martial arts world, this is the biggest insult. I would take his belt off and I'd beat his teacher with it. Because it's like, you have violated that woman. You have.
Right.
She's coming at you
for help
at her most vulnerable time.
Right.
You don't know her story when she walks in that door. And so, again, I say, if you have to bite it, you bite it. You don't need a lesson on how to do that.
Yeah, you don't need a
But if it comes down
demonstration.
to clench down, then that's what you do. You make sure you're the last person standing and you walk away and that fucker goes to the hospital. So, no, you don't take advantage of that.
What about the have you done any competitions or seen any? They're hard to find on YouTube.
I was actually doing some deep cleaning. Should I moved everything out? I found one of my trophies from the Dungle. I've done the Dungle twice.
What's that?
Probably the Dungle is a martial art. It's a MMA competition, but it's hundreds of years, if maybe decades older than the UFC.
Sure.
And it's just a meat grinder. The moment you walk in, you are fighting all day long. And there really are no winners. It's just quite literally you survived the Dungle.
Damn.
And I loved it. No, that's not it. I'm trying to remember where I put everything. Everything's been cleaned out. But I found, again, my first time I got second place. And if you can find it on YouTube, holy shit, please let me know so I can find it. But that first one is the one that made me realize I needed to learn ground fighting. Because I beat the dog shit out of this dude. I mean, it was assault and battery. But it was one of my last kicks to his leg. They actually had to help him off the mat.
Damn.
I crippled him. But as he was falling, he was able to take me down. And I had virtually no ground experience at that point. And he got behind me and he was able to sink in a rear naked choke. So I had to tap. And I was like, oh, so there's a whole nother portion to this thing called fighting. But while we said, I must have given that guy 2 black eyes. He literally could not walk. I crippled his lead leg.
What are you fighting?
I wouldn't be surprised.
What are you fighting with? Nothing? Are you wearing gloves or anything?
You've got on the world's smallest pair of MMA gloves.
Okay.
There is no shin guards, no nothing. So I was hitting him with my tibia to his thigh. And it was loud enough to where people on the other mat could hear it.
Oh, wow.
And he kept leaning on that leg. It's like, oh, that looks delicious. And it was just like, every time.
Yeah.
To the point to where he had to switch lead legs.
Yeah, I always think stoppage via leg kicks is beautiful. But
this was long before those regulations. It was literally, it's a meat grinder. It's who's going to be left standing.
That is wild.
Yeah, but hey, good times. Hey, that's why I can't walk now. So.
All right, sweet. I don't know what the hell happened to my one black friend, but we can go ahead and wrap. I know you want to watch football. I'll be in a gather later watching the Sunday night game, and we watch the Monday night game too. But
I will be there. If you guys are going to watch the Sunday night game,
yeah, you want to come through?
As long as you won't kick me out,
I
will be there.
The other thing is, do you play cards at all? Do you play spades or anything like that? What's your game? Oh, you do play spades.
Spades is the only game that I play, and I'm not going to lie, I'm slightly traumatized because spades, growing up, was a gladiator sport.
Yeah, well, I got to get you into Pinochle. Pinocle's the Pinochle spades for grown-ups.
And I'm quite sure I will completely fuck it up.
Yep.
Because, again, I've seen tables flipped over, people cuss the fuck out.
That's what I'm about. I'm not that right.
You're like, give me a break. How did he won? YouTube Punk he took me down after the last kick. He basically just fell on top of me. And I was like, I didn't know about guard, reversals, any of that stuff. And he was able to get behind me, and he was able to put in a rear naked choke.
Oh, you didn't know about
that's how he won.
He took your back. Yeah, we got to get you in here when we watch the UFC fights and boxing and all that stuff now.
Okay.
But yeah,
are you guys going to watch Monday Night Football?
Yeah, we'll do Sunday night and Monday night. Yeah.
I'll be there on both nights.
All right.
Give me a reason to stay up.
So yeah, we'll catch you later on tonight, and I think I got an end screen. I'll play that, and then while that plays, I will turn off your channels and all that good stuff.
Perfect.
All right, man. Thanks so much for doing this, and we'll see you later on tonight. Thanks to the Gin and Truth crowd. Gin and Truth on YouTube, on Pocket Locker 86, and links are in the description. We'll see you all next time.
All right, gang. Peace.
Zach. Whoa. Just gotta focus on yourself out here, y'all. Pay too much to the competition. Don't worry about what other people doing. Gotta trust your process. Worry about yourself, like I'm saying, man. Bigger than me, bigger than you. You know what I mean? If you know what you gotta do, then do it. You're always making excuses, you ain't got time for no excuses. You gotta get it, man. You know what I'm saying? Don't let nobody hold you back. Don't worry about that negativity, suggestions. Fuck all that shit, my nigga. Yeah.
No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad at shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad at shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. Yeah. Still watching for clones, but they all over the globe. Probably why I say whoa. Young nigga never made money from stoves, but went hard with the zones. Me and Henny broke it down way before. Now we killing shows, just act like you know. Whoa. Got a new bitch from the bottom. Still never change out my niggas from potters. Honest, I've been feeling golly. You get in my way, then you leave me no option. Niggas thinking this a race, till we put them in their place. Leave their family with a ghost, then we pull off in a race. Competition. I'm feeling so fabulous, and you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid. So what's the comparison? You niggas ain't zagging yet. Tell your homies stop gassing you. Before we pull up and embarrass you. No competition. I'm feeling so fabulous. And you niggas mad as shit. But it do not matter, kid.
That's okay. We'll do the same for now.
Are you launching all the channels and all that good stuff?
Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams to the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause you wildin'. Put the bowl as a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen the change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin', now I'm Chris Paul and Cass. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Alright, let me go to a different scene like this one, I guess.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard.
What's up, everybody? I'm your host here. Just give me a second, y'all. I'm getting our thumbnails going here. I've got the hot program. Oh, there it is. Boom, found it. Just to replace the thumbnail, and I did that one. Let's do this one. Wait, we were just there. Got it. All right, we're good. We're good. Save. All right, welcome, everybody. All right, folks. Welcome to your favorite Sunday afternoon program, that, of course, being Hot Program. It is I, your host with the most from the East Coast, and I am joined by the man who puts the in evangelical, a man who needs absolutely no introduction. How you doing today, my one black friend?
I'm well, thank you, Pocket Locker. How about you?
I'm doing fine as well.
Good. I'm about to share on Twitter.
Oh, people like that social media stuff, man.
They do. It might as well be social media for me because I don't really get that involved in it. There is a bully on Facebook that I pretty much respond to probably a third of what he writes, because some of his readers, and there are fewer and fewer of them, or responders, take him as two things, seriously and correct, and I try to disprove both of those by offering a counterpoint. And he's a big Trump fan. There's nothing wrong with liking Donald Trump, but when you throw away objectivity, there your problems begin, you know. So, but yeah, I try to be the anti-troll for that stuff.
I think there's a lot wrong with liking Donald Trump. I think liking Donald Trump is indicative of problematic thinking, but it's a warning sign.
Well, I can explain. I'll explain it to you like I did to a
appreciate you, YouTube Prunk.
One of the reasons that Donald Trump is so popular and people are so dedicated to him is the same reason that people enjoy religion so much.
There it is. That's the problem I have with it.
well, let me just tell you. So, like the God of the Bible, Donald Trump makes many promises, rarely delivers on any of them, takes credit for things that he didn't do, and is an utter failure again and again and again.
Yes.
However, sometimes he does come through, just on the odds, if you will. Sometimes the God of the Bible, if you make a prayer, you actually get what you want. That feels so good, coupled with the fact that in human psychology, the moment you receive what you anticipated is less exciting than the moment that came before it. In the human experience, again and again, Donald Trump is always keeping them there at that spot just before they get it. God of the Bible is doing the same thing. And think about this. Jesus is supposed to return, right? We're always hearing this. The rapture's coming. Jesus is coming back. He's going to rapture us up and we're going to go off to heaven. Sure. Any day now for 2,000 years. As I've said, Gospel of John says, Jesus says to the teachers of the law, you have a saying, there's 4 months until harvest. Well, all those people are dead now. Jesus was saying the harvest in John is upon us. Satan has been defeated. Not in Revelation where it says that's going to happen. He says it did.
Right.
The prince of this world.
But he always gets it wrong. I'm going to share something with you. I got to actually PP real quick, but I'll be BRB. In the meantime, we're going to listen to one of my favorite young black comedians. I think this brother really has a future in stand-up. Now, I don't know if he's going to stick with it. But I like him more as a comedian than in his former career. And
what was his former career? Oh,
I think his jokes have some potential. All right, y'all, I'll be right back.
Michelle, she's got a dazzling smile. Yeah. I mean, listen, I understand there's, in terms of popularity, there's basically Michelle, Malia, Sasha, Sonny, our dog, then me. I understand. She's hot. She's smart. She is. She's charming. She's intelligent. I get it. But here's a little secret about Michelle. In our household, she can be a little bit of the glass half empty person sometimes. She can get a little discouraged about what she sees happening. And I'm the hope and change guy. So I'm usually a little more optimistic. And so if she's been watching the news or reading the papers and some crazy stuff is taking place, which is basically every 10 minutes, she can get a little down, and I'll say, hey, honey, everything's going to be okay. And I believe that. I believe things will be okay. But I also know that things won't be okay on their own. They'll be okay if we make the effort. It'll be okay if we work for it, not just on election day, but every day in between. And I know some of you probably feel like Michelle does sometimes, because I feel, even me, the hope and change guy, I can get discouraged. Politics is so nasty and mean, and it just seems like people will say anything and do anything. And it can be depressing sometimes. And a lot of what we used to take for granted. Things like respect and common decency and telling the truth and believing in science and the idea that every vote should count and that the person with the most votes win. All that somehow has become controversial. But I was listening backstage to what Josh talked about, the experience of him running for governor and traveling around the state. it reminded me of the experience that I had first as a state senator traveling around my district, and then as a U.S. Senate candidate in Illinois, and then as a presidential candidate. It's such a privilege to be able to meet people from every walk of life, folks who look different and live in different places. And it would always remind me, and what we have to remind ourselves, is that there's this common thread. There's this thing that binds us together as Americans. A belief that no matter who we are, or where we come from, what we look like, who we love, what our last name is, how we worship, a belief that all of us matter. The kind of slash and burn politics that we're seeing right now, that doesn't have to be who we are. We can be better. And it has nothing to do, by the way, with political correctness or being too woke. It's about fundamental values that my grandparents from Kansas taught me. Values I grew up with, values you grew up with, values we try to teach our kids, values we learn in churches and mosques and synagogues and temples, honesty, fairness, opportunity, hard work, values that Josh Shapiro and John Fetterman stand for, values that Joe Biden stands for, values that were enshrined in our founding documents a few miles from here, a clarion call for freedom and equality that Philly's own Liberty Bell represents. That's what America stands for. That's who we are. So if you're anxious and frustrated right now, don't complain, don't mope, don't tune out. Get off your couch and do what? Put down your phones and do what? Vote for Josh Shapiro. Vote for John Fetterman. Vote for leaders who will fight for you and your families. Vote for folks who will fight for that big, inclusive, hopeful, forward-looking America that we believe in. Who will work with Joe Biden to build a country that is more fair and more just and more equal and more free.
All right, Obama. I don't even know where the Obama. There we go. Oh man!
All right, so
I'm
happy to see this video. There's something I need to talk about here. So can you go all the way back to the beginning?
Which part?
Okay, a little more. Stop. Okay. So when you look at where Obama's hands are, there's a small, well, I don't know how small this person is. There's a child behind him. And that child is distracting because that child, I think, is America. That kid's a metaphor.
Which child?
He sits there.
The apathetic one with the flag in his hand?
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep,
brown
exactly.
Shirt. Thank you, GT Punk.
In the brown shirt. In the brown shirt.
Yeah. as the young one sits there twirling the flag, occasionally resting his or her head on the shoulder of the person next to him, looking down at the flag. In this particular moment where you paused it, there's no flag waving. There's no understanding of the sacrifices and all that, or there may be little, but I'd say the average American doesn't have a great understanding of these things. The average American wants fairness for them and fairness for past their bedtime, maybe. But I think what we're seeing I think there's a lot of lopsidedness in my YouTube feed where I get people criticizing Trump supporters, but I don't get people criticizing Biden supporters. So maybe it's the same. I kind of think it is. Sadly, what I do see with the Trump supporters is the blind allegiance.
Sure.
And watching them, and I'm quoting Dusty Smith, voting against their own best interests.
Absolutely.
That's true. That's very true. And they're not all rich. But again, like I alluded to a moment ago, the power that Trump has is understanding the psychology. He's always apologizing for a loss or a victory that hasn't occurred yet. And imagine you have business partners, and that's the way you proceed in business, right? Because he would get these investors, and then he would pay himself and his family, and then the project would fail. I don't know why it failed. I did tell you it was a possibility, right? So he can hold himself harmless.
Right.
He said early on, if we lose, the election is stolen.
There it is right there. If we lose, the election was stolen. I mean,
right. If it doesn't go the way I'm telling you, it's not our fault. And think of this. We hear the lame excuse from Trump supporters. How could he lose? He had more votes than any other sitting American president ever. And when because I've had people say that to my face, I said, you only need one more than that to beat him.
Mm-hmm.
Biden had a lot more than that.
Absolutely. You beat him.
And then I hear, nuh-uh, and I say, Google it, and they won't.
Absolutely.
The idea, when this person goes home, when the kid goes home, the idea of what America is may be changed just a little bit. But as we see this person sitting there, I don't see patriotism. You know, there's people behind him that don't want to sit down, want to stand up, or focused and attentive and understand the political process pretty well. That's not most people.
Right.
That's not most people. Now, the fact that people are excited that they have a vote and they're going to exercise their vote, that's freaking awesome. That's great. And I kind of wish we could make people vote. I kind of wish.
Would you, though? Would you make everybody vote, though? You think that'd be good?
I don't know that it would be good. Making everybody do something bothers me. I guess I should say I wish it was more promoted. When I was a kid, 1,000 years ago, on election days, just prior to election days, we couldn't have gym class. They would roll in these big machines that looked like giant filing cabinets. And these were the voting machines. You probably couldn't steal one if you wanted to. You couldn't plug a USB drive into it.
Yeah.
It didn't have any holes for, for like a Cat 5 cable, anything like that. They were massive. And it was a bit of a solemn undertaking to watch those things being wheeled into the gym. And all day long, I would see adults in line. When we would have a break, like we'd go to recess or to music class or something like that. I would see those lines of adults extending out of the building to go use those big machines. And the teachers knew I was curious about it. They poked my head in there a few times over the years. Excuse me. There people were taking moments out of their day. I tell my staff, if you need to go vote, you absolutely just need to tell me approximately when you'll be back. And I said, go in the morning. So I don't have to pay you for a day that you don't show up for, but go in the morning and definitely get your vote in for sure. Because again, here's one of the instances in American culture where on a large scale, we can see the results of what we do, right? If it's not magnified by the political process, it's the political process that you get to vote. The people we elect, they have to vote on things. So we hope we elect the right people with the right ideals. I think a lot of times
I think it should be a holiday.
You think it should be a holiday? I think you'd get even less people voting then. Unless you made it Wednesday, smack dab in the middle of the week.
Because they just want
3-day
the day
weekends.
off.
3-day weekends. of people trying to make a 4-day weekend.
And I guess it's Tuesday or something. I don't know, but yeah,
Tuesday. Yeah.
I mean, if they do that, I guess that's on them. But I just think there's too many people who use work as a reason not to vote.
Well, legally, I say it every year. Legally, I'm required to let my employees go vote. Legally, I'm required to. And if it's during their shift, I have to pay them for it. I have to pay them.
I am not supposed to let my students out of things to vote.
That's probably not true.
Yeah. I mean, that's the universities. That's how the unit. Like, it's like we can encourage them to vote, but like, let's say I have a quiz or an exam, they can't be like, oh, I missed it because I had to go vote. It'd be like, now I don't know who would schedule something like that on election day. That would be kind of a jerk.
Well, somebody would. Somebody who wants to hold those votes away.
But yeah, you can't miss class. You can't miss class and get out of an absence and say, "Oh, I was voting." They're just going to say, "You're supposed to vote on your own time," basically. Yeah.
Well, not a bad idea to put some ballot boxes on campus to make it convenient for those students.
Yeah. I mean, I think
and other people.
Yeah. But yeah, I think we should do everything we can to encourage people to vote.
Yeah, and for many years, I didn't vote. Then I started to get the absentee ballot, and then I actually was in LA on a few election days. It's pretty impressive. I won't be there this time, but typically I'm used to going over to my polling place and saying hello to those people, except for one neighbor who works the polls, but the other ones I only see on election day. I don't see them the rest of the year. I have a friend who works on election committees not election committees, I'm saying the wrong thing. She works for the county doing election work. And it's a big involved process. There's all these rules they need to know, and it's all designed around being fair. And I think that's something that's forgotten. I think a lot of us, going back to the brown shirted one, a lot of us feel like the brown shirted one here. Because maybe as that person sits there, they don't see where they fit in. They don't see that they can make a difference. And so they quietly just wait for it all to be over so they can go do something else or talk about something else.
Yeah, that's exactly what it feels like. And it feels like I'm out here stumping, trying to get people to vote, which is in a sense just what people like me do this time of year. Although we're serious this time, we mean it. This election's really important. But yeah, you're just kind of waiting for it to be over. I'm with Punk. I think not only should we all be able to vote from our phones, I think the fact that we can't vote electronically, remotely during a pandemic is criminal. Absolutely criminal. Matter of fact, I think our overall denial of the pandemic is criminal. I guess that's a topic for another day, but it's very frustrating.
How do you keep the voting on the phones honest?
Because you already have to be registered.
Mm-hmm.
So you probably go through some one-time registration thing, and there's probably a confirmation email sent to you or some other thing, and you can challenge it. As you just have to make it easy to challenge the vote if somebody thinks their vote wasn't processed properly. But I think it's easy enough for them to figure it out.
Okay.
Aaron said I can look up my registration on my phone.
And I appreciate the link, YouTube Punk. I don't know at all. I was asked by a guy I went to high school with on Facebook. He goes, "You're always critical of what people put, like their political things on here. What ideas do you have?" And I was like, "Allow me to elucidate." And I just went on and paragraph after paragraph. One of the things was that our politicians would be paid a minimum salary. And voters could have a minimum salary. So let's say the position currently pays $175,000 a year. On the My One Black Friend plan, that drops down to $75,000 a year. And the rest of the money wouldn't come from the state. Your constituents would have to pay. A company couldn't pay you anything, and the maximum donation would be $10.
And what's this going to do?
That's going to, if you're doing a great job, more people will pay the $10 to get you up to what was the old ceiling. If it was 175, that's it. And when you hit 175, people can't donate anymore. Salary cap has been reached. We are not accepting any more donations. That way you can't buy that politician, right? It's anonymous who voted, who donated on their side. They just know they get the money. It goes into an escrow account held by the state, and then they get disbursements throughout the year to cover their salary. Now, running their office is a different matter, but the money that goes in their pocket that they get to keep is altogether different.
Okay.
So if you do a good job, like I'm here on a Sunday at my office. I have an employee that came in today because she is not happy with how much work she got done during the week. I told her, don't come in. I can't pay you. Don't come in. I can't pay you. I got another one. He wanted to do the same. Don't come in. I can't pay you. Don't come in. I can't pay you. One of them is still here. I'm here on my day off because, like my other employee, I'm not satisfied with the amount of work I got done. I'm not going to ask them to pay me for today. I just want to get certain things finished.
That's how I am today. Like I've got
7 reports I did.
I've got certain things I'm just trying to get done today. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I have my standards, and I try to hold myself to that standard, except for dieting. I'm no good at that. But maybe I will be one day. So I think the American political process can be revamped. There's a lot of creative ideas out there. My idea, I would scale that all the way up to the president. Sorry, dude. With a position like that, it's $50,000 a year base pay.
$50,000 a year.
Buy your meal. Yeah, we buy your meals. Think of how many
that's
more
what I mean.
millions.
No, it's not enough. Let me tell you.
No. That's base pay. You use the same process of donations. If people like what the president is doing, they'll pay more.
All right, Chad. What do y'all think about this?
It caps out. It caps out at the old number.
I say we just pay them because they're all gonna just find a way to get it anyway and waste. But approval, it's almost like paying them based on their approval.
That's exactly what you're doing.
But aren't they just going to keep lying like they are now? Because like the problem with Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't her lack of approval.
You know what the difference is? The difference is you can see how fast someone got their money. And if someone is slow to get their money, that means either the people in that community are very impoverished or they're very unsatisfied. And if they're very unsatisfied, stop playing golf and get your ass to work. It's real simple.
But what do you do about the Marjorie Taylor Greenes where she doesn't want her committee assignments? Now she can just social media post her way to getting her money quicker. Her
coworkers in office need to call her on that stuff. And I think they should have a right to, I guess it's censure her for things like that and even get her fired for not doing her job.
Just
Ms. Green, we're giving you these things. You're not doing your job. You're not serving your constituents.
Right.
You need to serve the people.
That's why I thought it was odd that, I got why they pulled her committee assignment. She doesn't belong on any committees, but it wasn't really a punishment in the sense that she didn't want to. She's not there to do work anyway. So when they pull her committee assignment, she just has more time for social media posting.
Just more time. As I say, just prepare to watch on Fox News, Boebert and Green, which sounds better than Green and Boebert.
So where are you at with what do you think is going to happen in these midterms?
I'm not super savvy politically. I do think the Democrats will keep control. I do think that. We'll see.
It's optimistic.
I know if Mitch McConnell, I don't think his seat's up. I don't think his seat's up because I do a really great Mitch McConnell impression, and it would be sad if that became useless. But good for the country.
Yes.
If I can do my Mitch McConnell impression anymore, I mean, it'd be a sad day for America.
Absolutely.
But it'd be good for the country. It's a sad day for Mitch and me.
Yes, but good for America. Exactly. 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 Yeah, I just think you should be able to
how
vote.
about you?
What scares me is I don't know. I think this one really hangs in the balance, and to be honest, I think that there's a chance that the voter discouragement does what it's intended to do, which is keep the turnout low. Okay, so let's just a couple of factors. Turnout is typically.
I'm going to have to excuse myself, but I'm going to listen on my phone.
All right, go ahead.
But keep going. All
right, so voter turnout is typically lower, much lower / low in midterms as it is. Usually only the most politically motivated people pay attention to midterm elections. That quote-unquote midterm effect is going to be the most dramatic in those communities that we're concerned about. Black people, people of color, lower income, the left, liberal, educated people, all the people that are, on our side, but also don't turn out as consistently. The right wing turns out. Like, that's the one thing they do. They vote. It's in their indoctrination. So they always turn out. And they're ramping up their motivation. I don't know that we've sufficiently ramped up our motivation. I do think the numbers are on our side overall, but again, they don't need to discourage everyone from voting. They just need to discourage enough people from voting. So that's got me really alarmed. Got me genuinely concerned. The other thing is I don't know what we win. We really need to get to that 60 in the Senate, and we need control over the House and stuff like that. So it's going to be a tough one, y'all. People need to vote. That's why we're doing all these damn episodes. UC Love said Boebert might get the axe, Green won't. Why Boebert but not Green? I mean, to me, they're almost in the same category. I think Green's a little bit stronger, a little bit bigger of a name. Maybe, but I don't know. They're both kind of the same. AR said out of the 17 places I can vote at, 10 are churches. God damn. That's the other thing, man. It's just so ridiculous how much our fucking democracy is tied up into this religion shit. Separation of church and state. You can't have voting at the church.
Religion is useful.
Yeah, but that's supposed to be a hard line right there.
You still have separation of church and state. A church is merely acting as a building. I could walk in there and you can walk in there. I don't think it serves a religious function if there are voting machines in there. As far as the voting machine.
I mean, it's not the hill I'm going to die on, but it's not, I don't think it's appropriate. I think in a more sophisticated democracy, we just don't do it. First off, in a more sophisticated democracy, we stop trusting churches. We just got to stop. We have to stop. We have to stop esteeming institutions that are based in deceit. We've got to say it doesn't matter. You can't 5% donation your way out of taxes. You don't pay taxes, you're bad. You don't
10% donation.
No, I'm saying for the church. I don't know what the church does, but I'm just saying churches want to say, oh, look, we give to the soup kitchen, we do this, we do that. I'm just saying they can't good deed their way out of what they do. That's how mobs work. That's how the mob works, right? The mob gives away turkey on Thanksgiving. The mob supports the YMCA. The mob supports the Police Athletic Association, right? It's not. We don't say it's therefore okay to do racketeering because you give away turkeys on Thanksgiving. I think we've got to treat churches the same way. Because if not, we're not advocating for their victims, right? In every other walk of life, we advocate for the victims. And then when it comes to churches, we just switch up. We start advocating for the oppressors because we forget that the people that are, quote unquote, going along with it of their own volition, they're victims. They're victims. They would not be going along with this if they knew the truth. If you sat down a Christian and you genuinely said to them, if you knew there was no God, don't tell me what you believe. If you knew there was no God, if you gave them the list of what we know to be the actual factuals, they wouldn't be there. So I think at some point you got to stop and make excuses. I don't think America especially, so why I'm trying to leave this country. I don't think America will genuinely be free of religion until it has a genuine atheistic revolution, the Great Awakening that James Apperson is talking about. Otherwise, I think it's happening, but I think it will be such a slow, inevitable crawl. It's like evolution. You won't be able to see it in your lifetime. I mean, you won't see meaningful change in your lifetime.
I often tell people, the Christians and stuff like that, I'll tell them, you should definitely read the Bible. And I mentioned this before on Hot Program, I've told people I will purchase a Bible for you and have it sent to your house. You can choose. And which one you want. No takers. I've done this for 3 months now. Not a single taker. Not even that person who wants to do it just so I'm out the $30 for a Bible. I've earmarked a few $100 for this. Haven't spent a dime. I'll give them a Throckmorton's for free with the New Testament in it, with all the Gospels side by side by side by side. No takers. Again, Pocket Locker audience, it does not matter to them, to most of them, that it isn't true. It doesn't matter. A lot of them don't participate in it anyway, right? It's just the jersey. They got the jersey. They don't play the game. They just want people to think they do. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so to me, they only want that. This is a good conversation to have. They only want that because we keep esteeming them. As a society, keep saying this is a jersey. If you treated, imagine you come into the office one day in a really nice suit, $3,000 suit, really nice, chocolate brown with the nice light blue underneath. Just everything is swanky, right? What are your people gonna say? You look great today, man. You looking really sharp. Man, what happened? You got something going on today? Is your fiance here? What's going on? Right? They're going to wonder, man, because you're going to be looking so fresh, so clean. People are going to literally wonder, is something going on today? Because this looks like it must be a special day in your life because you look so special. Now imagine coming in with some holy sweatpants that I got, they 20, 30 years old and some falling apart raggy t-shirts and ketchup stains all over you to the office. Now, they might not kick you out the office, but people are not going to sit there and grope over your clothes and tell you how amazing you look. Matter of fact, somebody might pull you aside and be like, is everything okay? Are you all right? Is something going on? Do you need to talk? Do you need some help? This isn't like you. Now, here's the thing. We're doing the opposite with Christianity. No, I don't mean Christians. I mean not Christians. We're treating the people coming in rags like they came in a $5,000 suit. Oh, that Jesus stuff. Oh yeah, we know it's not true, but you're such an honest person. You're so wonderful. You're one of my closest friends. We have to stop that. And it kills me because it's like you got to help people. I hate to say this, but these people need your help. And the number one thing they need you to do to help them is stop treating them so wonderfully about this. Because that's not what they need. That's never going to help them. You're never gonna like this is a situation where, again, if you keep treating them that way, right? That's why they wear the jersey. They wear the jersey because everybody else treats them so wonderfully every time they put it on. If they started wearing that jersey and people started saying, oh my goodness, I can't believe, no, you can't show up in my house with that jersey on. No, you're cool, but you got to take that jersey off first. No. Literally nobody's allowed to wear that jersey in my house. That jersey's disgusting to me, right? Christianity would be over before you knew it. Because that's what they really demand. Y'all, look, I'm going to tell you something. They know, at least they know, that no one's ever given them confirmation of heaven. They know that they don't know if they'll really get the rewards after they're gone. What they do know is you will give them the reward right now. We are the people who give them heaven right here, right now. Every time we tell them they're a soldier for truth and the most wonderful, beautiful, most honest, greatest neighbor we could ever have. And we know that some people misrepresent Jesus, but not them. They're one of the honest, true, good believers. Just give them a trophy. Just give them a trophy. Tell them they've won at life, and but don't expect that treatment is going to somehow get them to change their mind, because all we've done is tell them you're amazing. Why would they think they need to change?
I want to read to you. I have the quote, the tweet reply from Sean McDowell. From when I asked him if we had all the science we have today and technology. And
he answered that question?
He didn't, and he did.
Okay, let's hear it.
We didn't have, for people who haven't heard it, if we had all the modern technology that we have today, and science knowledge that we have today, but we didn't have religion, how could we go about proving there was a God?
Right. I can't believe he actually responded even.
He said, I'm honestly not sure if I fully understand the question. I think there's historical, philosophical, and experiential and scientific evidence for God. So that's his reply. Oh, the most wounding thing I can say when someone starts preaching to me is, prove it. Right now, prove it. Christians are supposed to have the Holy Spirit poured out on them. Show me one that does. They're supposed to be able to lay hands on people and heal them. Show me one that can, that isn't a doctor.
Right.
Right? There may be some therapist out there who knows exactly what to say to help someone heal. That's fantastic. I wish there were more people that had that skill.
Right.
But they don't have that because the Bible says they do. They have that because of their training.
Exactly.
They know what wounds the human spirit.
Yeah, I don't understand. I just don't. What's that feeling called? The heebie-jeebies? Because it's so deep. It's like thick to me. It's like, so wait, you believe all these things that just there's no way they're true. And then I am supposed to, it's like Uncle Bobby says, like we're supposed to feel like the stupid ones or the rude ones for, just saying things don't work that way. That is scary to me. because I always think that the educated have a certain humility about us. The reason you get educated is because when somebody tells you you're wrong about something, you go, oh, really? Am I? And then you go learn so that you're not wrong again. It's amazing when people can be clearly wrong, demonstrably wrong, but then demand that others concede to their narrative. That to me is, you know, and it becomes the slippery slope to anything. I guess fascism, because at some point, what else do you have? I guess I'm like this truth obsessed type of person where I think if you lose the truth, if you don't have a firm grip, you're not talking about the same facts, that's when things get real dangerous.
Well, most people have their own interpretation of reality. You know, if you're not in a coma, you likely have your own interpretation of reality. And as a result of that, you might be right, you might be wrong, but there you are with your opinion.
Right.
Some opinions get shared, and some of those shared opinions get adopted. Some of those adopted opinions can become laws. They can become religions. They can become ways of life. They can be healing. They can be hurtful. So think about it. The Ku Klux Klan has all these people that sympathize with them that aren't Klan members, simply because they don't know what to do to become one. Right? And some of those Klan members were swept up in it because their buddies were doing it, and they don't know how to get out. They might love their friends. Like, how do I keep my friends but walk away from all this hate?
Right.
They don't want to be a part of it. How do they do it?
Yeah.
Escape route.
That's what Lupin sounded like. He sounded like a guy who like would be in the Proud Boys officially if only he knew how.
Plenty of them out there. Just we see it in the church, right? There's plenty of people who want to leave. They just don't know how, or they feel they have too much to lose. So they stay. They sit there. People are free to walk in every time they meet, and the crowds can get larger and larger and larger. But people don't want to lose that community, so they don't leave. They sit there. They stay.
Absolutely.
I think. Go ahead.
I was just gonna tell Six Spider, make sure you're optimized for video under your screen share. It's a little choppy. But ooh, that car went right by. By. All right, yeah, that's cool. We're just watching Six Spider. He's streaming. I don't know if that's a Setta Corsa or what. Well, it's a driving sim.
It's funny. I love racing, and I want to. When I'm building up my Firebird, I want to be able to race it, and yet I don't own a console or a racing game. I guess I have a PSP.
Oh yeah, you gotta get a wheel. Yeah. So
it's a PlayStation Personal. It's not big.
Are you gonna race your Firebird for race? Where are you gonna race it?
Races in autocross, which are usually held in large parking lots. So I'm going to try to do that about 5 times a year.
Large parking lots?
Well, they set up cones, which is your road course that you need to drive around on. And it's a time attack. So whoever gets the fastest time in whatever class is the winner.
Oh, so it's a time. Yeah. Okay, so everybody's hanging out, and then when it's your turn, you hit the gas and you go through the course and try to beat everybody else's time. Okay,
exactly. So I'm trying to beat my time. I don't begin to fantasize that I'm as good as all those other guys. I don't typically drive aggressively at all. I have a Prius. You know, I think I've been like 92 miles an hour or something was like the fastest I've ever been. And that was in a 74 Oldsmobile 442 that I had when I was a kid. And my dad said, you need to blow this thing out, punch it. So I stepped on the gas, and me, him, and my little brother got eyes full of dirt that had probably been in the vents of that car for 20 years.
Oh my Lord.
And it was, I'll give it credit. It was a real smooth riding car. And so you didn't feel your speed that you were doing. And I think a well-made car sort of hides that from you,
right,
to some degree. But, you know, I could modify my engine for more power, but I'm reluctant to do that because I have to first be responsible with the power it has, so I don't end up wounding myself or someone else.
Right.
So,
yeah.
but I spend money on brakes, man. I spend the money on brakes.
Yeah,
That's why I like to play on the computer, because there is no, you can't create any disaster, real life disaster.
Yes.
You can be, under the influence or whatever. You just drive for the fun of it. So I just drive and listen to you guys or listen to something else usually. Just fun.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Six Spider. And I'm glad that I would imagine that if you tried to do this in a regular car, your skills here, this virtual experience probably helps you improve dramatically.
Yeah, I have the whole thing on that. Yeah, that's the
games that have really good physics engine, and if you have a really good wheelbase, it's a real. I won't say it's a real experience. Obviously, it's not, but definitely learning techniques on how to drive better or similar stuff like that. Yeah, that does work.
Yes,
absolutely.
See, maybe I need to get this for my fiance because she doesn't have a license, so she can get her this, and then that way I can have it too.
Yes, I mean it would. It's a way to get someone a lot of hours.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah. Especially because dealing with traffic's no joke when you're
it's nice actually. Driver. In this case, in this instance right now, I made the game. It's called a track day, right? And it's in the longest track in Germany, the Nordschleife. It's 20 kilometers, and basically you just drive for the fun of it. And I'm driving with my ex-girlfriend's car, so it's a car that I actually been in, so it's fun. Sorry, not my ex-girlfriend. My girlfriend, her ex-car.
Got you.
Big difference.
Because difference. She's right here listening to me. She's not my ex-girlfriend. She's my girlfriend.
Did she gently remind you?
No, actually, I just remember. I thought I saw something in the corner of my eye, but no, it's all good. It's all
right.
Well, yes, we're still friends. We're still boyfriends and girlfriends. Yes.
Okay. Which country are you in?
I live in Canada, but originally I'm from Jerusalem. I'm from Israel.
You're from Israel. What is the political process for voting like in Israel, if you don't mind telling us?
So we just had elections. I don't know if you heard about that.
No,
that was the fifth election in 3.5 years.
Wow.
Fully democratic, just like the United States, or by the United States model. But so what exactly is the question? Sorry. What?
Well, you're sort of filling me in because I don't have a concept of how the election processes work in Israel. I've never gone there. I've lived in quite a few places, but that's not a question I usually bring up because I'm only going to be there 5 months or less, so I don't really care. But we're talking about it now. It's a topic.
So the biggest issue in Israel is that there is no separation of church and state. So church and state are the same. So we have, it's not organization, it's actual bodies of government that are religious. So we have for example, we have a minister of religion, shit like that. And that's to me, that's the biggest problem in Israel, that there's no separation of church and state. But the country itself is democratic. But the last election that just happened last week, basically the fascists win. So they are now getting more power.
That might spell the end of religion.
Fascist win?
That might spell the end of religion being so powerful in government.
Why do you say that?
Sure, because the fascists basically tell you this is how it's going to be.
Exactly.
This is how it's going to be. So if you get a I think, Six Spider, you might agree, there are quite a few atheists in Israel. I will again repeat the Yaakov Malkin joke that I love so much. He gave it in a speech in the, Bethlehem Temple in Michigan. He says, I am a traditional Jew. I'm an atheist. My father was an atheist. My children are atheists. I think, go ahead. You've been there. I've never been there.
So I'll tell you what the problem is. In Israel, most people think that atheist and secular are synonymous, like the same thing.
You're kidding.
And it's not. Having a secular life is not an atheist. It's got nothing to do with atheism. Mm-hmm. Right? But because most of the country is at least deist, because there is no separation of church and states. For example, anything in education, we don't study anything about evolution or physics or anything like that, right? Really? It's not there. For example, in high school, when I was in biology, I didn't learn evolution. I learned genetics, Mendel's peas. That's what we learned.
You learned genetics,
but they did not bring it. They did not bring it as evolution, as mechanism of evolution. It was just, this is something that happens in nature, right? Mm-hmm. But anyway, so most of the population are secular, mm-hmm. but they still have some sort of faith on something, right? What else? I think a lot of the problem is and you're right, a lot of Jews would say that they're atheists, and it's true because the current, it's have to, just like I said before, the difference between atheism and secular life. But in today's Judaism, for example, if you're looking at the Hasidic Jews, the Orthodox Jews,
yes,
they don't care if you believe or not. Only they care is that you do the mitzvot, doing the actual ceremonies, making sure that you don't do rules against the Shabbat, right, against Saturday, mm-hmm. stuff like that, that you don't look at girls, that you don't touch women, or things like that. Like all the stuff that you need to do, it's more important the things that you do than the thing that you think. That's another thing there. So to be Jewish, sometimes they saying, we don't care if you believe or not. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as you do the rules. And the rules are many times, stuff that comes from the government, because we don't have separation of church and state. So it's kind of crazy. But
forgive me. I'm gonna turn the lights on in this conference room. So go ahead.
Oh, I can hear much better now.
You really can?
Yeah, much better.
Can you hear yourself? Can you hear like an echo?
I actually now after you said that, then yes, just a bit.
Yeah, it sounds awful. What is he talking about? Don't listen to
I tried to be nice. It sounds okay. I see Jay could not hold it.
No. I'm a sound guy. I don't lie to people about that. Yeah, man. So the thing I was thinking of is I kind of feel like that here. Like there's a lot of people in my family who would say they're quote unquote not religious just because they lead secular lives. But to me, they still identify as Christians. I'll be right back. My food just got here. I can hear you guys though.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Spider.
Yeah, I don't know. Any other question? Any questions about the weird state of Israel?
I guess I probably have more than are coming to mind right now. The Ethiopians that are over there, the Ethiopian Jews that have come there.
Yep.
Did you grow up going to school with some, or no? Yep. Are they off? You did.
Yep.
You did.
And in the army service, I served with a few of them. Yeah, of course.
How?
Well, the thing is that they're part of they're part of the population, right?
Yes.
But the Orthodox Jews, for example, that are the ones who are running the country, for many years were fighting against bringing them over, because the Orthodox Jews are very cocky in their Judaism, saying, oh, those guys were not real Jews. They're just using it to get out of Ethiopia. So that was happening for a long time as well. That the actual Orthodoxy was fighting the state about bringing them over. And of course, it's something that is still out there today. There is a lot of racism and all that. Well, Judaism or God is very racist anyways. So, yeah. So about them, yes, they were brought over. They are considered, and now the Orthodoxy does see them as like original Jews or however they want to call them.
Well, the thing that I find odd about it, I actually just responded to a Young Turks video with Anna Kaspari and Emma. I don't know her last name, the lady with the long hair. I guess quite a few of them have long hair, but she mentioned somebody tweeted out a link to a racist video called Hebrews to Negroes. I've seen that video. I haven't seen it for a while, but I basically replied saying, don't make up your mind too fast what skin tone the ancient Hebrews had. Don't make up your mind too fast about that. I've researched it for years. You may have heard me say this before, but I know Pocket Locker has. I have not made up my mind on what I believe about that, because there's so much that went on between then and now. I've used the example, if you came to the United States today, you see mostly Anglo-Saxon and Caucasian people, right?
Right.
That's what you see no matter where you go. It's mostly those, those shades of skin tone.
Right.
But if you came here 600 years ago, you'd probably never see anybody look like that.
Right.
Not one person. Well, when another group of people come into a land and they take it over, they throw some of the people that were there out, or they kill them, or they enslave them and they interbreed with them. So this goes on long enough. Who could believe that story? Like, wait, they came from where? Tacitus says in one of his books that he was told, some say, the Jews come from Ethiopia.
Right.
So I guess I can understand why a modern day person who didn't know that would have a difficult time accepting that. As I pointed out to her, the Old Testament itself says if the stranger wants to become part of Israel, they are to be grafted into the vine. If they're going to follow what the procedures are, they're welcome to be part of Israel. That's what the Bible says. The Torah says that.
Right.
So if it's true that the ancient Hebrews were black people, and then at some point, people who looked more, let's say, Anglo-Saxon or Caucasian in appearance, or actually were Anglo-Saxon or Caucasian, also converted and became Jewish hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, last week, it doesn't matter.
Right.
You're not supposed to discriminate against that person because they're new.
So the state of Israel and the Orthodoxy in Israel, they did the same not only to the Ethiopians. So that's what I meant by the how cocky they are about their Judaism. For example, between 90 and 95, there was a big, I don't know if you're familiar with the word aliyah, which is basically Jewish people coming to Israel to live in. So they're basically leaving their home and coming over. But there was a huge aliyah from Russia. 1.5 million. And the Orthodoxy in Israel really did not like them. And I mean it, they really fought for not bringing them over. Wow. For example, some of them were not circumcised, right? Now, circumcision, it's the thing that makes you Jewish, right? In Israel, not many people, or that's not something that you even bring as an option not to do it. You'll get smashed over it. Socially. So some, a lot of, for example, the Russian Jews didn't do that because it's not part of their culture in Russia to do it, regardless if you're Jewish or not. So the Orthodoxy was like, well, some of them are not Jewish, and some of them, they really, really fought that. So it's not something that they did specifically for Ethiopian or because of skin tone. It's literally the way they think that to become Jewish, you need to do, very specific things and to say very specific things and act in a specific way. And the Jewish Orthodoxy is very cult-like, so it's and that's what's in the government, right? It's part of the state, so it's very problematic. And and they treated it like that. So I know a girl that converted to Judaism, did it in Israel through the Jewish Orthodoxy system, and it was hell. Like what they're demanding and what they're asking you to become Jewish, I wouldn't ask that from anyone. Like it's silly, right? It's not. I don't know. To me, it's silly. All those things that you need to do. Even to become Christian, I would say it's even less silly, because all you have to do is baptize yourself, or someone's baptizing you. You say, I believe in Jesus Christ, and done. But to be Jewish, like, holy shit, what the things you need to do. Like, you need to study, and you're going through tests, and oh my God, like, it's crazy. And they're not happy to do it to people. Not always. They're very happy to do it to people like me, that I'm considered, Jewish. Ashkenazi Jew. So if I'm going back through that system, they would love that, because in a way I'm already Jewish. But for people who are really coming from outside or from other religions, they're giving them hell, like literally giving them hell to become Jewish.
Do you think they're afraid of losing power?
Absolutely. That's why a big part of the orthodoxy, right? Not allowing smartphones to their kids and all that. Like, they're really, really, they have sermons, of taking phones and breaking them, and they're still doing exercise. No, how do you call it? Like exorcism.
Exorcisms?
Wow. All sorts of shit. Like, and the thing is, the thing that bothers me the most is because there is no such separation of church and state. That means that if I studied to be a rabbi, right, and I'm a rabbi, I can literally say whatever I want to anyone on the street, because they think that rabbis are like, social workers, either social workers or like psychiatrists. Like, you go to them with problems, but it's not that they really have the tools or know how to deal with your problem, but because the rabbi system is part of the state, like it's an actual job to be a rabbi. It turns into this, I can be a rabbi and just tell people what to eat, or come or give lectures, which is what most of them are doing. They're just going to synagogues across the country and give lectures of how to believe better, or how to follow God's word better. I don't need to explain to you those type of sermons. You know them very well from Christianity. Basically, it's the same thing, actually. So it's very frustrating that it's part of the governing system. There are parties and groups that are trying to do the separation of church and state, but that is very difficult. It's part of our I don't know how you call it. I can say maybe Constitution of Israel.
Okay,
that's part of the Constitution, that it's a Jewish state. And because of that, that's a bit of a problem to separate the two now.
Well,
people
I
are
would
still
say,
trying.
I'll challenge that statement. I'd say it depends on who's in power, because
for sure,
all you have to do is get up and say the old way. We tried. The old way doesn't work. People feel oppressed. People don't feel accepted here. They don't feel a part of the community that has not served us. We tried, and then here's the turn. We hope that as we endeavor forward in a more secular government, that God will bless it. So the rule of the rabbi is over.
Oh my God, I can only wish.
If all someone has to do is stand up and say that, and then the people holding the guns work for them in the military.
Yeah.
Sure. Because why? Those people instantly, they're not going to lose anything culturally.
Correct.
And they'll probably have a happier life because there's less hassles. They can still enjoy everything they've always enjoyed, because that's not being taken away from them.
Yeah.
You're taking the power away from the rabbis. You're not taking the power away from the people.
Exactly. And you're right. A lot of people thinking that if... Actually, I saw a sermon by this rabbi saying before the elections, that we have to vote for the right, we have to vote for God, we have to vote for... And my reply was, what if not? Like, nothing would happen to your Judaism. Your practice of your religion will not change. It doesn't matter who's on power. That's the whole point. And you're right. Like, it doesn't matter. But I always say that religion works on guilt, shame, fear, and hate. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're posing the guilt and shame on you with fear, because it's actually trying to scare people. Guess what happened if the left will win? Oh my God. And the way they'll do things. And I'm like, what? Nothing will change. Like, absolutely nothing. And definitely nothing will change to you, the individual who's practicing the religion. Nothing would change. So shut the fuck up. But
whoa. Let me correct you. What will change is people will listen to the person telling that person to shut up, thinking they will have a point.
Yeah. The only thing that would happen, he will lose power. That's the only thing that will basically happen, quote unquote, is that him as a rabbi will lose power unless people will want to invite him to pay him for lectures. That's it.
We have that in the United States. Rabbis get paid to do lectures. Rabbis get invites from other synagogues to come there and speak.
Right. But it's
not
like...
Think of it. It can become on their own terms.
Right.
Right. I want to go give a speech, and I'll make $75,000 if I do it. And they might have to work their butts off right now to make that same money. But when they're begging you to come in the door, and you don't even have enough time to attend all the invites you get. Oh no, that might be pretty sweet.
Yeah. Yeah, but over there, it's really annoying. Like I said, it's an actual job, because you can actually go and get a job as a rabbi. Like each city has a city rabbi, each county has a county rabbi. The country has there's the Israel main rabbi. There is
like a pope.
In the army. Yeah, in the army, you have like army rabbis. And it's like, it's fucking crazy. It's just, it's so silly. It's so silly.
Interesting. Well, thank you for sharing that. Is there anything else that you think we might find interesting about the political process in Israel?
About the political process itself? No. What's happening right now is basically the Israeli Trump is now back in power, and Bibi, you probably heard the name, Benjamin Netanyahu. Yeah, and he's back in power, and he's the one who's giving all the money to the Hasidic Jews, to the Orthodoxy, so he'll get more points in the parliament, and he's selling the country to them. But and not much I can say about that. I wanted to say one thing that you said about the skin tone, about the color. Sure. Is that coming from the Middle East, and of course I'm Ashkenazi Jew, right? My ancestors are from Europe. I do not look Middle Eastern, right? Mm-hmm. Like, forget about that. Like, blue eyes, like, I'm not anything like that. And I see, even in the United States, many people forget, for example, a lot of Christians think that Jesus, and I know you can see it in churches, that they think Jesus was white. I'm like, what is wrong with you? How did you get that? It's 100% that he looked more like Ethiopian than anything else, either, or if you ever happen to be in Egypt or something like that, the skin tone,
Yes.
obviously, it is not white. Like, I don't care what you think.
Well, I think there's something interesting about that. In order to, I don't know if you heard what I said about Trump at the top of the show, and how Trump is like God in that he can continue to fail, but because sometimes he succeeds, people continue to love him. He can break almost every promise, but because occasionally he keeps one, people continue to love him. Part of that is that they identify with the successes and the failures. It reflects their very own life.
Oh,
right?
I see.
His existence, in a way, works to justify their own. You will hear Christian after Christian say, if there is no God, then life is meaningless.
Right.
If that were true, I can take away everything you have and give it to someone else, and you won't complain.
Right.
If it's meaningless, look, I did you a favor. I don't want you to worry about these things anymore. I'm going to find your wife a new husband. I'll find husbands for your husbands and wives for your children. You don't have to worry about that. I'm even taking the dog. I'm taking everything away, and I'm giving it to someone who cares. I'm giving it to someone who will still be loving, who will not give up on, their loved ones. So you can sit here under this tree and sulk. The shade is good all day, and then everybody else is going to go have a wonderful time. But that's why that's so powerful, so successful. As for what color Jesus was and all those other, Israelites, like if there was a Moses, I don't think there was. I don't think there was a historical Jesus. I think they just made up stories.
Oh, absolutely.
But for the people that were real, right, that the Bible makes references to, they weren't all non-existent. Some were.
For sure, absolutely.
And how that book has worked in their life, or had worked in their lives, or currently does, to make them the best possible person. I'm reminded of Lauryn Hill, who sang this line in her Unplugged album, and one of the songs, I don't know which one it was. You inspired me to be the higher me, the higher.
Yeah.
I think that's a really beautiful thing to say about a God.
Yeah.
Or the person you randomly meet that has been, a force in your life, and you finally get to meet them and you can say that to them.
Yeah.
So that's really wonderful. And religion has great power, and for that, it can make sense. And yet you can take away the religion, as I suggested to Sean McDowell, you could take it away and everything else would still be here.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yeah, and we wouldn't have a supernatural thought. Maybe there's
sure.
a guy or a group of guys and some women controlling it all.
Yeah.
Maybe everything, the universe has this grand consciousness, as opposed to the individual beings in the universe, like an amoeba, like a human being or a giraffe, having their own consciousness. It's more like that to me. I've looked at amoebas under microscopes and planarians, and when they see me moving, things into the slide, or I take the slide off and I'm poking around down there, I see them like moving away from it, like, wait a minute, that thing's coming to get me, or it's a threat in my environment.
Yeah.
Or when I see an animal that needs help and I help it out, I give it water or I feed it or something like that.
Yeah, where was God then?
I've done this. I don't know if it was right, but I did it.
Right.
There were people I know who constantly post a lot of religious memes that essentially are putting forth the idea that prayer is the solution for everything. Prayer and faith are the solutions for everything. So there's a famous picture of, I guess it's a vulture that's next to this child, this starving African child, like maybe it's a 2-year-old child or a 1-year-old child. This kid is emaciated and about to die. The photographer didn't feed this kid. He just took the picture and later killed himself after the picture became famous. I took a copy of that picture and I used a meme app and I put something to the effect that God answers all prayers. Sometimes he says no.
Right.
And then I explained that the photographer was so distraught after taking this picture. That was a Pulitzer Prize winning picture. He killed himself. So other things like that, a slave, it's a famous picture of a guy who was a slave who had all these welt marks on his back from being whipped.
Yeah.
Sometimes God answers all prayers. Sometimes he says no.
Yeah, but that's kind of legitimizing it, that you can still continue praying because he still hears you, and it's like legitimizing the answer no. Although that's not the point. The point is why prayer? Why do you even pray? How is that helping you at all?
I'll take that into account in the future. I'm going to disagree that I was legitimizing it, but you could be right, and everyone who saw it said, but what about all the people who didn't starve? What about all the people who were able to get their own freedom because either their slave master let them go or they escaped? That could be the mindset. You certainly do see a lot of excuse making in the United States of America. There's a lot of it. You might have seen some excuse making yourself when you lived in Israel, or there it is in Canada. Right. I don't really know, but I thank you for giving me that caution, and I'll be sure to try to reframe things when I reframe things.
Yeah. You know, it's very similar. A lot of Christians says, yeah, because they're saying, not only Christians, they're saying he hears every single prayer. You know, his answer can be no, and that's not up to you. So the second you're not getting an answer, don't think about it as he's not there. You have to think about it as he did it for a reason. He didn't answer you for a reason, or you didn't get what you want for a reason.
Right.
Or how do you know that slave prayed?
No, of course. That's what I said it earlier. Like, why even pray in the first place? How do you even find reconciliation of you pray, I don't, and I don't know. I don't know how to say it. Like, I didn't starve, right? But I didn't pray, so that's obviously does not got to do.
Well, sick spider. God, the Bible says, "My rain falls on the just."
Oh, right. I forgot. About that.
It's all. My
apologies.
I had an ex-girlfriend who tried to say Nobel Peace Prize, and she accidentally said Nobel Priest Prize, and I said I'm using that.
Absolutely.
The guy who put that in the Bible deserves a Nobel Priest Prize.
Absolutely.
Because to me, that lets them off the hook. That lets the rabbis don't have to give any more explanation. And I think that's how quite a bit of the Bible was written. And you can correct me if you didn't see this in Israel in your lifetime, tell me. There were things written in the Bible that were supposed to govern society, and there were things in there that allowed the priest not to have to answer a question that was hard to answer with a fact.
Oh, for sure.
That's one of them.
For sure. It's worse than that.
Okay.
You know about the sages, about the Jewish sages who wrote you might have heard that word Gemara, the Gemara, and that's
like Halakha and Halakha? Is it something on that order or not?
No, it's like they were the sages they lived after the first temple or during the first temple, and they basically wrote a few books of how to be Jewish. All sorts of rules and talking about the Torah, the Bible, and all that. But the important thing is that today, to be Jewish is to follow the sages, not the Torah, not the Bible. What it says in the Bible, sometimes it's like they don't even take that an account. They take what the sages were saying about the Bible in this, like in this point or another. Like they're not following the Torah itself, which is weird. They're following how people interpreted the Torah.
Right.
And those are those sages, and that's also a very weird thing about Judaism, the current Judaism in Israel. That they thinking that all the goods are there, everything is good is there, and of course everything is true, and it's got nothing. And many times, like I said, it doesn't even matter what the Bible says, what it says in the Bible. They don't take that into account at some points. They're only taking what the sages said about that, and that's very weird.
I feel like I wish I was alive later in history. Like, I don't know, like, religion just sucks, man. It just sucks. Like, why? Like, why do we have to share the planet with these people? I don't want to. Like, I want to just tell them they're wrong. Like, I don't know. Like, I just think, yeah, okay, but I'm grown and I can prove the things I believe. That's the difference. Like,
yeah.
You know, like, there's just too much. There's too much going on. There's too much to sift through.
In many arguments, you're noticing that they conflict. They not noticing that thinking about a problem or saying something, they see it as evidence. The fact that I said that, or the fact that someone said something, that's the evidence. No, like, we need concrete. How do you say, like, applications in reality to see the result.
How do I apply how do I apply this knowledge you give me?
Exactly. And if it's not a usable information, then what do you want me to do with it? Okay, you're telling me there's a God. Yeah, great. Can you build applications that will help me with this God? Can you build something that bring back amputees' limbs back? Can you do something in reality with this information? As long as you cannot, I don't care what is it. I do not care. And that's why science is nice, because science have the results of science are actually in reality in front of me right now. You see, I'm like playing a computer game, driving in a car. I didn't do that by praying. I didn't do that by knowing God exists. This is science. And it has like real life applications. We can use it to improve life, to fix things, to build things. Like, holy shit, like, have you seen the Burj Khalifa? Like, that thing, nobody did it with God. It's insane, right? Like, how do you think that saying something gives you results in reality? Well, it literally doesn't. And science does all the thing that you want, but you don't listen to it. Like, no, that goes against my belief. Well, who gives a shit about your belief? Again, if your belief is not giving you practical applications, who gives a shit? Literally, who gives a shit?
Well, part of it.
That's my rant, by the way, about religion.
And we appreciate it. We appreciate it, Spider. I think we can go back to the examples of the rabbis in Israel. Control. I think it probably started out very innocently, in that you're just trying to give people guidelines to live by in a cooperative society, to be respectful of each other, even loving of each other, and work together without slaughtering each other off, which societies often, I think American society is starting to do this, or maybe it's been doing it a while, starting to destroy itself.
Yeah.
Now, if we're
it's
lucky,
happening.
Yeah, if we're lucky, we get to rise from our own ashes. Most of us, if not almost all of us, we get to rise from the ashes. Mm-hmm. But I think what we all really want, and maybe this is what the rabbis wanted long ago, those old teachers or writers, how do we avoid having that even occur? Where we need to rise from our own ashes. How do we avoid the bickering, the arguing, the divisiveness? How do we avoid the property disputes? How do we, on and on. How do we avoid disputes over women? Well, they were considered property then. But how do we avoid all of that in order to make society supremely beneficial for the most people within the population. Is that a Miata?
Sorry?
Is that a Miata? Or is it a BMW? Oh, it's a BMW maybe?
No, it is a Mazda.
Okay, so okay.
I pick cars that I can drive, not the fast ones, because I'll just crash. So I'm picking cars that, they're fast, but not too fast.
Well, believe me, there's many a Ferrari that's been passed by Miata. Because they just handle so well. They're actually pretty great. So, but yeah, I think a thing for us to consider is with the origins of the Bible, which I don't think that's a completely settled question.
Okay. I gotta tell you something about the origin of the Bible. You ready? So just 2 hours ago, in Israel, there's a show called The Atheist Line. They're trying to do the atheist experience, but in Hebrew, in Israel. Okay? And just today, someone called, and they're telling them, the hosts are like something about Hinduism and all that, and he's like, yeah, they believe in the Jewish God. I'm like, everybody's like, dude, you have no idea what you're talking about. They literally do not. And he says, yes, they believe in the Abrahamic God. They actually, a lot of them actually, first, they don't know history at all. They don't even understand that Hinduism and the Chinese cultures were up there for 6,000 years, and no one ever, told them about the flood. But it's like a lot of them people, thinking that the Torah was the first book ever written, or that is the history of the world, that it all starts with the Jewish God and the Israelites. It's insane. So the whole that's part of education, right? So for example, in Israel, they don't have it. Like when we learn history. You don't learn history of the world or the ancient world. You don't listen. For example, you don't study the very ancient Egyptians. That's over 4,000 years ago. We didn't learn about that. We learned about like the Egypt that is told in the Bible. Like, yeah, who cares? That's like the last sliver of the Egyptian empire. And it's just nothing is taught in a way that tries to conflict or bring real evidence to the to validate the faith. Everything is like on the down low. We learn history, but just a bit of it, or not enough of it to understand the real. When did the Jews, started? How did it start? What's the origin of the God himself? Because we know there were other gods there, like the volcanic god and the sun god. Yeah, Yahweh and all that. Like we know that, but it's not for a lot of the religious people. That's not, they're not talking about it. They're not learning about it. Like nothing. It's like not part of it. Everything is with the Jewish God. Everything is Judaism. Everything is the Abrahamic God, and and fuck you all. That's what it is basically. It's like we're the best, we're the good ones, and if you don't believe that, that means you're anti-Semitic Jew, and I don't know. Like it's just insane.
You mentioned anti-Semitic. That's in that response I wrote to that Young Turks video. I confront that, and I said, Ethiopian is a Semitic language, and it's far from being the only one. I forget whether there's 8 or 18, or maybe there's 14, but there's a lot of them. It's not just Hebrew,
right?
And I say that not so I can invalidate her point. Hate speech would be hate speech no matter who's speaking it,
right?
But it's unlikely. Because this is an American I was talking to, two Americans, it's unlikely that they even understood that any other language other than Hebrew is Semitic. They may not even know what Hebrew, that it is the language. They might think Jews speak Jewish. Probably not all Jews speak Yiddish.
Right.
But
most don't, yeah.
Yeah, I've been told, but that's the language of the Jews.
That's, yeah, okay. The Yiddish language is what came from the Ashkenazi Jew, basically from Germany, and Yiddish is basically some sort of a mix between German and ancient Hebrew, not modern Hebrew. But you're right. This is the only people who learn that is Hasidic Jews, the Orthodox Ashkenazi Jews, no one else. And they learn that and they use that language because they don't want to use Hebrew because that's the holy language. So you can't just speak the holy language. That's why they have the Yiddish, which is, you think about it, you're like, guys, you're just like fucking insane. It's so silly.
In your family, do you have anyone who speaks Yiddish?
No. I mean, my dad would know some words and some sentences. Yeah, but I'm sure I have some people that I know that do speak Yiddish, yeah. But if you go, for example, there's a huge neighborhood, which is like a small city in Israel, called, the translation will be 1,000 gates, 100 gates, 100 she'arim, and that place, they only speak Yiddish. There is no, it's like a country inside a country. It's not, they have their own rules. Just like Iran, they have, like modesty police that goes and spits on little children and, or doing shit like telling them, to wear, like to 12-year-old girls, that they're not covering their knees. I'm like, you guys are so out. Like, it is so insane. Like, who gives a shit? It only shows like the level of, segregation that you want from the outside world and from your own communities. Like, not if you're not allowed to think about women, okay, but what's got to do with like 12-year-olds? Why is that even in the conversation? So there are places that it's like a country inside a country, and in that area they speak only Yiddish. Yes, that's what I wanted to say, basically. Long story short, yes.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I mean, it's not something I knew, and I don't know how many of our viewers would even know something like that. I find it fascinating because Israel is yet another place where it's a blend of cultures, not just one.
Yeah.
That email or the reply that I sent also referenced the fact that Israel had been invaded multiple times.
Yeah.
One set of invaders took the elites off to their country and left the poor farmers. Not everybody came back.
Yeah.
So that I didn't explain this too much, but those bloodlines in both places now are mixed. And when the next group of invaders come, they do the same thing. Not everybody comes back.
Yeah.
And bloodlines are mixed. You surely had some people who weren't ever carted off and their ancestors weren't carted off. How do you identify who those people are today? I mean, genetically, you might get some idea, but when an archaeologist is digging up some bones and they can manage to get some DNA off of it, we don't know that person wasn't part of a trade caravan.
Yeah, exactly.
And that they were from a completely different place and they just wanted to get some salt, and that's why they're there. They wanted to get a lot of salt and then take it home and get super rich. So I think a lot of times science does a very good job of humbling us if we bother to respect it, if we bother to understand that we don't know who this ancient person was, and we realize there's an identity crisis in society today where many people don't know who they are, or they consider who their ancestors were as who they are. And I've said this before on the show. At best, in terms of history, we will pass on our genetic mutations that are unique to us and nothing else.
Yeah. It's funny, for example, let's take King David, right? Okay, so we know King David was really a guy. We know we had King David. We have his palace. We have coins. We have many archaeological findings that, beside the Bible, confirms his existence and his kingdom, we know that kingdom existed. But there's a difference between knowing that, yes, this kingdom was existed, to telling, oh, now the story in the Bible about David and Goliath is true. So people saying, and that's something that we also have a lot here, over there in Israel, that, because one part of the Bible we can confirm, therefore it is all confirmed.
That is true.
And that's very weird. That's to what you said there about like the part. How do you know?
Because there's a historical character there, and I just think that I don't know. It's I think for a lot of people, my one black friend has a good way of doing this. You have a gentle way of saying, I just don't think this is true, you know? Because I think that that's so important. I think for so many people, that's a lot to tease apart. So wait, there was a King David, but the kingdom was smaller. No, because you want to find people, when it comes to their belief, they're not looking to assess if it's true. They're looking for a reason to hold on to the belief that it is. So that shred of truth, which we can recognize as inadequate, to them is just going to be confirmation.
That's the hook.
That's the
exactly.
hook.
That's the confirmation for the whole story.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's true from the inside out, right? The story is true because they relate to it. They see themselves.
Yeah, it's true first. It's true first internally, and then it's communicating something that has to be true. So then they're trying to figure out which external bits correspond.
It has to be true about them. It has to be true about them. So it can be true, absolutely true. You use the David and Goliath story, 6 Fighter. That's an excellent story. It is an ambitious person, metaphorically, the ambitious person who wants to achieve the goal. Now, he wants to get the girl.
Right.
Directly confronting the system, if you will, the challenger, which looks down on someone like him, and he wins.
Do you want me to really blow your mind? Oh, sorry, go ahead, finish. I didn't.
No. I'd love to add more, but go ahead and blow my mind.
Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know how well you know the Bible. Are you guys ready for this?
Bring it on.
Who killed Goliath?
Who killed Goliath?
Yeah, we were just talking about it, right?
David in the slingshot?
Yeah, so there's David and I think Elhanan also.
Yes, there are 2 stories killing the same person. Nice. You know your shit, dude.
He's the Bible nerd amongst Bible nerds.
Nice.
So,
and that's something that even a lot of, for example, like Jewish people or, people who claim, that's a very good question, for example, to ask someone who's like, I know the Bible.
I know the Bible, but not, I ain't one of you hardcore Uber.
You don't know the errors in the Bible, but you know the Bible.
The Bible tells the same story twice.
That's what I should start telling people. I should start saying I know the biblical stories, right? Which is knowing the biblical stories is different than knowing the Bible.
Oh, for sure.
I would say, but there's even as an atheist, I think there's a value in both because again, we've discussed this. That's what people are presenting to us as the evidence for their being.
Sure. Yeah.
And if we don't know those stories, you can't get that person to leave you alone if that's what you want. You can't get that person to understand that the story they're talking about, like people living in 900 plus years, is it true? If that's what you want,
right,
you don't know those stories, you're not necessarily equipped. You might have to name call to get rid of them, or say something very gentle like Steve Martin once said, I'm paraphrasing, that's a fascinating belief, but why can't you convince the dummy? You can refer to yourself that way, like you can't convince me from what you just said. And I like to say that's impressive, even if it's true. I don't actually think that's true.
The funny thing is when you bring it with believers or people like, oh, the Bible says, and then you ask them a question like that, like, okay, so who killed Goliath in the Bible? And the answer is David. And say, no, you need to read the Bible. What their reaction is usually like, I'm attacking them, and they don't understand. I'm not really attacking them. I'm attacking. You need to sit down, just like flurfs, just like flat earthers. Go and do your own research. Like they claiming all the time, do your own research, and that's what I mean when I tell it to them, right? For example, it's even the first 2 chapters of the Bible. You have the creation story in chapter A, and you got a different creation story in chapter B. Like the chapter after, it's a different story,
right?
And they're like, no, that's not true, or something like that. It's like, no, just you go and check it out.
Well, I always think
like,
those are sort of layups in the sense that if a person is truly convinced of that, that is often a straightforward seed of doubt to plant, right? Because you can say, hey, look, I really, really need you to look into this. Right? Which is, I guess I'm just saying, they're almost doing you the favor of giving you something that's easier to pin down so quickly versus somebody who's giving you something a little bit amorphous that's more difficult, right? Where they're not hanging their hat on, something that can be so easily disproven about the book.
Yeah. Well, I think the challenge that we can face is that the book is true at all costs.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have to be willing to love to yourself enough to do something better with your time. There's sure a lot of fun things out there, like Six Spiders Racing Game.
Right.
Yes. Yes. Well said. Well spoken.
Yeah. So I think to some degree, all we can hope to do is what they hope to do. This person has been very receptive of the message that I'm giving them, but I should say something that they can take with them and think of.
Right.
I think we as atheists, if you're trying to reform or get, like my challenge, right? I will buy you a Bible. It's free. It's freaking free. You just have to ask. I just have to know you need one.
Right.
I'll send it to you. You don't even go anywhere. You spend 30 seconds sending me an email with your address and your name, and I'm going on Amazon. I'll have it drop shipped to your house, and you can read away. And I'll give the open invite. You can ask me questions.
Yeah, I would love to see, like, when I worked at this church, this pastor was into reading the Bible every year. He was one of the guys I'll give it to. He didn't just read the Bible; he read it every year.
Let me assume this guy made upwards of $200,000 a year.
No. He was. I mean, he was in that type of thing, but he wasn't that type of guy. Nah, he was a real.
Okay.
But
how
like,
did he not? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. So I think because like me, he came from generations of pastors. So he was like me. He came from generations of like real men of God. Like the real, you know what I mean? I'm not saying there's anything defendable about Christianity, but there's some defensible people in Christianity, right? Like my grandfather, you meet my grandparents, you're gonna be like, oh, them some real Christians right there. Them some real godly people. They're real nice and they're real, and so they teach you like the quote unquote true way of ministering, right? Which is about, it's basically the Jesus version of a community organizer. And so he was just on that tip, right? So he was never in it for the money or whatever. He was in it to serve and all of that. But anyway, he believed in having a yearly Bible reading plan. Like there's a number of them out there, and I got with one. And I got about a third way through my Bible reading plan or whatever. And I was knocking mine out in chunks too, because I could take on a little bit more reading. But when I got in a Bible study group at my church, and nobody wanted to do it, to your point of not having any takers. And I thought that was particularly surprising because, one, I'm not just in a church, I'm in a Bible study group of worship leaders. So you would think we're in a Bible study group, y'all all sitting around talking about, but you know what it is? They know that that's potentially unsafe. And you know what I should have said?
Exactly.
I bet you I might have got a different response if I'd have said this differently. I might have got a different response if I'd have said, how do y'all feel about doing a year-long devotional reading with me? Because I noticed they love Bible reading, but under two contexts. Number one, Bible study, because you only have to read what pastor told you to read, right? You're only basically reviewing the scripture from the sermon, right? And maybe some supplemental scriptures. And then everybody's on the same page, right? So, it's kind of safe. And then your devotional. Like if they had a men's devotional Bible or a women's devotional Bible, they like to read their devotional Bibles. But we know them devotional programs, right? They're scripted, right? And they only hit certain parts of the Bible. And it's really, I hate to say it, but it's selfish Bible reading. It's like, I like to sit down and get my little morning high. It's like it's the Bible equivalent of a wake and bake, right? Like for stoners, we got to get that little wake and bake in just to get right before the day gets going. And I think that's what Christians do, right? They got to get up and they got to hit their little Bible devotional real quick. But I think
it's not learning the Bible. Sorry, it's not learning the Bible. It's learning and waiting for the verses that you already see as true and the things that you know and familiar with. When you go to Bible studies, it's not that you're really reading the Bible. For example, the difference between the two first chapters of two creation stories. No, that's not what they do.
No, it's not what you're doing.
Just like you said, they're going for something very specific. Someone told them, okay, read this chapter because this chapter, I guess, you can still apply it to today's life somehow.
Right.
It's got nothing to do with what actually, like with the real or the full Bible. It's got nothing to do with it.
Exactly. So what I'm wondering is if I framed reading the full Bible rather as, hey, let's study the Bible by reading it in a year together, which they were like, nope, sorry, group activity.
Yeah, because they know what they're going to find there.
Right. If I'd have framed it as a year-long devotional, right? Because it might have hit him differently just using that word, right? To frame it differently. Go ahead, my one black friend. What do you think?
If you had just said, hey, let's get together every week and do a different social activity. And you can invite people that aren't in our circle here today. So if you got somebody that you want to come to church and they're not so sure that they want to come to church, let them go on one of these outings with us. And you do zero religious stuff on these outings.
Yeah.
You couldn't have controlled the number of people that would have been meeting you for these things. It just would have gotten out of hand. Where you have to buy all your tickets in advance because you have enough people to fill the movie theater. Because you just took religion out of it, but you kept community in. And people will gravitate to that group because they want something to do.
Yeah, I mean that's what we've been trying to do, out here in our community. We just need some more people, slowly, some more good people. But yeah, I think that's a big part of the issue. And to be honest with you, that was the good thing about the church I went to. They were great at doing community, and a lot of times we did that. So I always tell people, people would always ask me, like my secular friends, even women I was dating, they would say, like you play for this church, so you have to be there at service on Sunday. You got to be there at college service on Thursday night. Okay, you got to be at band rehearsal on Wednesday night. But, you don't got to be there Monday. You don't got to be there Sunday evening. Why are you there for all their trips and stuff? And I would tell them, you're missing the point. You're looking at it going, why are you at all these quote unquote church activities that you don't have to be at? And you're asking a question that has a very difficult answer. you're missing the simple answer right in front of you. I am where all my friends are at today. I say for every person, you just have a threshold of how many of your friends can get together before you really want to be there. If your friend calls you up, my one black friend, and says, hey man, I'm gonna get together, and let's pick something you don't even like. Do you like soccer? Let me pick a sport you don't like.
You can start there. Go ahead.
All right, you don't
Absolutely.
like soccer. So you got your friend, he calls you up and he says, hey, man, the World Cup's coming up, man, come over and watch the soccer with me. Now, here's what's funny. You don't like soccer, he knows you don't like it, but here's the thing. You're kind of inclined to go. Why? Because you don't really care about the soccer game, right? You kind of know that you'll get to have kick up with your friend. Maybe he tells good story. He's always good company. If there's going to be a soccer game on in the background, well, it's not going to hurt you to watch a soccer game, right? So you kind of already go. Now imagine he calls you and he says, hey, do you want to come over and watch the soccer game? I'm going to be there, and our old buddy from high school, Craig, is going to be there. Now you're like, man, Craig's going to be there too, right? This number probably is low. It only has to get to be like 3 of your friends get together before pretty much it's not going to matter what they're doing. You're going to want to be there, right? If that number is 4, 5, 6, 7, right, you want to be there. It doesn't matter what you're doing because all the person said is, hi, everyone's getting together. Your response is when, where. You don't even ask what you're doing. You're just when, where, right? So what I'd always say is, you got to remember, we play in a band together. So when me, the bass player, the guitar player, the keyboard player, 3 of our singers is all in the same place, we're all going to be there. None to mention that all the wives are there, right? 2, 3, 4 wives is there. The keyboard player's 2 sisters come. The kids is running around. It doesn't matter that they're studying the Bible. It doesn't matter that it's a religious worship. It doesn't matter that they're going to a religious conference. None of that matters. I'm simply doing the most obvious thing any social human being does. I'm simply attending a thing because all of my friends are there. And guess what? I'm having the time of my life. I'm happy. I want to be there. I'm coming back next time. Again, because all my friends are here. It's so obvious, but that's what people miss about church. It really doesn't matter what the thing is. They're just doing it because that's where all their people are.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. I guess that people can lose sight of that sort of thing.
Right.
It's not that you necessarily believe strongly in a God. You believe in those relationships, those friendships.
Yeah, but we can do that. I mean, even like our, community here, like in Cheers, a lot of times we're all watching stuff, like we're watching, we've been watching all of the World Series. I don't know if there's 2 or 3 baseball fans amongst the whole lot of us, right? A bunch of us will probably be in a hockey, what do they call them? Fantasy sports league or something. Again, probably only 3 of us are hockey fans. It's a lot of things, we'll all be playing Tetris and, I don't know if any of us really care. But again, it's all the same things. You do it because you're, a bunch of your friends are in gather every night. So, you realize, this is what they watch. This is what they play. And so, again, once 2 or 3 of your friends are doing it, a couple other people are going to start doing it because those 2 or 3 people are doing it. Now there's 4 or 5 of your friends doing something. Again, now you're just doing it because 4 of your friends are fine. And then you discover, this thing is kind of fun. That's how I felt about church games. Like there's a lot of those really corny kind of team building games, like code names and stuff that I love because my church played them. And you would get together the first time, you'd be like, man, this is probably some corny church game. And you get together and they're just regular games that are popular with church groups. And you play it and it's super fun. And then you're like, yeah, man, I'll be at the next game night, But I always realized that that's what those, and to be honest with you, more groups need to do that. What do I mean by that? So I shot a television show I worked on a couple TV shows, but the last one I did, The Real Hookup. The one thing I really loved about that was Taylor and I, my co-host and I, we really became friends. Like we hit each other up literally, and we would go on more or less like dates. Like we were both in relationships, but it wasn't like a date. It was just, yo, Jay, you want to go get dinner? Yeah, of course, man. Let's go grab some dinner. That way we just had time off air to just grab a drink, have dinner with one another, bullshit, go to something fun together. You know, that way to work on our relationship, not just every time we get together, it's for the show. So even like student groups, if you're, or your coworker.
I'm getting quiet, guys.
Oh, you're good, Six Spider.
Yeah, I've had, anyway, the edible is coming up.
Oh, I got you.
How do you call it? Airplane mode, right?
Airplane mode, exactly. So it was, I always say that was one thing I really like about working in food service. For some reason, when you work in like food service or bartending or whatever, you tend to work with cool people. I think because it's the service sector, so you work with people who have pretty decent social skills, right? Because you got to deal with customers all the time. So if you're like shy recluse, you probably are not having this type of job. But what I like about it looking back was we always did stuff together. Like, you know, there was always somebody was having a party after work. We're all going to go to the skating rink. We're going to the movies. So y'all didn't just work together. You were always doing stuff together outside of work, right? And you didn't, and everybody was invited for no other reason than because y'all worked together, right? So if you was in the group, you was already in the group. And those are some of the best memories I have, right? And then I feel like certain other professions, as it got more serious, it's rarely like that. Like my lab is like that. My lab will get together regularly, you know, hey, let's, you know, the boss wants to buy everybody drinks or whatever. But when you go from there, you skip all the way to the field gets together once a year at a conference, right? In between, there's no real regular informal socialization because that type of intentional community building is just not considered part of our working agenda. But I think that's why those other areas of our life struggle to bring the same satisfaction or community that church does. And I think that that's actually a problem, right? Because I think as long as church is people's best option to meet a real human need, you can't really replace it with, you can't replace it with nothing. That's not going to work. Yeah.
I think I got to go here, but I think we can agree human beings tend to thrive off company. And the better the company that you're with, the better the time.
Yeah, hang on one sec. Somebody knocking on my door.
All right. It's all on me, folks, which is fine. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. I think this is a really good one to make shorts with. Cut up in short video, which is now all the rage.
It was nice talking to you, man.
Huh?
It was nice talking to you.
Oh, it was great talking to you too. Thank you, Six Spider, and I really appreciate the info on Israel. I've never been there, so I have nothing to do but learn. And when I see you again, please feel free to step in and comment. You actually have more questions.
For sure, and if you have questions, ask.
Sure. Here's a question for you. Are there two cities of David in Israel?
So in the old city, which is divided to 4 quadrants, there is basically the city of David is part of them. And that's part of the old cities. As far as I know, that's the only one that we have.
Okay.
If you Google, for example, Jerusalem Tower of David, you'll see it.
Now, what's interesting is that there's there's supposed to be now the kingdom of David, right? Like the historical David they found, right? It was like a minor city, minor settlement, whatever, right? In other words, they're saying
no, that's it. That's all in Jerusalem. So he ran the kingdom from Jerusalem, and
so that minor settlement that they think he was a kingdom, that was in Jerusalem.
No, I'm saying that settlement that might have been under the King David ruling was not in Jerusalem, but his palace was in Jerusalem. In the old city.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying, is there might be two cities of David, and the fact that there's the one that's celebrated, and then there's now actually going to be, if there was a historical David, right, it'd be somewhere else, right? So then that would actually become the well, I don't even think it would be city would even be appropriate, but y'all know what I mean. Because I think it's just small, right? It's just considered too small, at least from what they've dug up so far. So yeah, this is all real interesting. Look, people, you got to vote. You know, we're supposed to be talking about the midterms, but yeah, you know, they're a couple days away. That was some elections work. I let them know I already voted. Y'all know the voter intimidation out here is real. So you know. I think, you know, one of the things that was on the ballot this year for us was a sort of permanent absentee voter list where you can actually apply once and then be on the permanent absentee voter list instead of getting these applications every year, because that's a hassle. But I think that's something, with the way it is out here, man, they need to make it easier to vote. People need to vote online because, you know, we was watching stuff earlier where people's covering up their license plates and stuff to go vote because of all the craziness going on.
Hey, Six Spider, do you vote on an app in Canada?
No, I cannot vote.
You cannot.
I cannot vote here. No.
Oh, because you're not a native.
No, because I don't live there. So I just don't have access to. I have a voting card. I can vote. I just physically cannot because I don't live in Israel.
No. We mean you can't vote in Canada.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I can. I'm a Canadian citizen. Yes.
But can you vote online? That's what he's asking.
Oh, holy shit. See, I told you I shouldn't talk anymore.
No, you're good. You're good.
I don't know how you do it, but
it takes a lot of practice.
No, we have to go and actually vote physically.
Gotcha.
But we don't have the, how do you call it, that retarded system that you guys have. Sorry, I used the wrong word. That stupid system that you're using, the college, how it's called?
Electoral college.
Electoral college, yeah, because it should always go by popular vote. I don't understand why you guys have two systems, but whatever.
If I'm elected, I will eliminate the electoral college.
Boom.
It's one of the first things I do.
You heard it here first.
I would be tempted to run in a way that allows me to win by the electoral college.
Yeah, and that's why the Republican doesn't want people to vote, right? They want the least people to vote because then the electoral college will win for sure, and it won't go by popular.
I think that's very telling about your ideology. If
absolutely.
If you have to cheat to win, if you literally have to cheat in order to win, then you're knowing you're not good enough right there.
Yeah, that's the playbook. That's the playbook of religion to me. It's just, you know, with the you know, ignoring the misses and paying attention to the hits. But yeah, my one black president. All right, let's let him out of here. I should be at my meeting for 6 o'clock or whatever. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. It's been super fun. Thanks again to Six Spider. And don't forget to vote, everybody. Midterms are on Tuesday. And as always, be good to yourselves.
And each other.
All right. See you later.
See you later.
Ready for take
All right. Thanks, my one black friend. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Whoa. I'm going to go figure out what I did with my MacBook Air.
Oh, nice. I guess I'm going to...
Thanks, guys.
All right. See you later.
Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, run college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. to the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the boat is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up with me and Flocka. Grandmother Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pops flip. Do his name, that's it, never bother. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof on my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga.